Bastet. Bastet. She. Bastet feels satisfied at work. Doodle-doo. All right, I believe we had built more beds. He's finally coming down to dig there. All right, we're doing our non-dormitory dormitory again. Oh, wait, no, I needed one for that room. Get rid of that. That should work. And then that will be Zakthos' room that he requested for his dwarf. Dragoman, your tomb is probably just never going to be happening. There are two different lines. Maybe one counted as like a thematic song and one was just like a backbeat. This is true. We love the hand boozing. You have a point though. I should build mugs and a chest to put the mugs in. I should also brew more. Wood. I think it's 3 each. That's 30 cups. And I need a chest. Chest. Table, table. Table. Table, chair, chair, table, chair, table, chair. All right, so we'll get more people down in there. At least we have drinks and plants. All right, whatever we're doing, it is working right now. We haven't hit the full variety that we would have liked, but we shall have to be patient as we destroy the wood. We wouldn't want to toxify the water before we do anything with it. Where was the point of this again? Right there. This is the middle point. I need to make sure I reach this at a corner. All right. About 2 up. So once this is done, the next one is when we'll start shaping out the circle, which means this needs to go away. Or be channeled down. Because that's all not part of. So also for what I had mentioned earlier, the circular design with which we are going on is, of course, there will be a central waterfall, which is probably going to cost us quite a few frames. But at 2 points, I will need to divert the waterfall, basically right before and right after our hospital. Actually, I need to divert the water once if I do it correctly. 1 Z level will have the water come over. This water will be above the hospital. It'll head towards the edge of the circle. It'll then drain down to the regular flow of water. And then it will drain over and continue its merry pathway. We'll just have the hospital in this weird alcove of the water. The big issue is the water below it will be used for the well source. The big issue is we're going to need an area where we can get water. Like we'll have to have like the Z level below the well will have to, or below the hospital, the water below the hospital will have to have another square dugout below it, so that if anything were to happen with the source of the water, we would still have a 1 or 2 Z level deep well below the initial square where the water even was, so that if the water does, for us working on it or whatever, drain out, the well will still continue to work. So we'll also have to do like a couple of Z levels. We'll just have to have a reservoir. All right, mugs are going in. They need a trade depot. Well, I'm not doing much with it right now, other than making it impossible to reach. Let's build it over here. Base, working on it. Food, we need better variety. Booze, we need more variety. Clothing, we don't have set up yet. The initial layer of the new base. Beam forming is nothing to be scared of. Satellites are real. You know, standard Dwarf Fortress topics. You know, things that happen every stream. No one does Dwarf Fortress without going into water physics and also electromagnetism. You know, standard things. Speaking though, genuine thing. If you want to be spooked by something, like not even a conspiracy, just a big a thing to make you scared as you go to sleep tonight. There is an area in space. There are two great terrifying things to be aware of. One is called the Great Attractor. And the other one is, I don't remember what it's called, but it's like the Great Void. The Great Attractor is a point between our galaxy and like two other really close galaxies. Not solar system, the big galaxy. And the scientists have calculated that like all three of them are like kind of getting pulled together to this joint thing in the middle that they've just dubbed the Great Attractor. Like, is it a super really big black hole or something? We don't know. Our galaxy is like this. We're over here. The Great Attractor is over there, but like in the line of our entire galaxy. So we can't see what's there. We don't know what it is, but like it appears to be exerting a pull on like us and two other galaxies. And because it's like literally just hiding behind every fucking star in our galaxy, we just we don't know what it is. Like that would be something that would probably be like more terrifying than, you know, beam forming. That's something that you should just go to sleep at night with. You just have that knowledge that there's something that's slowly pulling us in and we can't see it. It's just hiding. Oh, well. It's a refreshing taste of Mountain Dew. And conversely, different direction, there's just like this void in the middle of like all the stars and galaxies. There's just like a sphere of like darkness. There's just no stars there, which makes no sense because everything's just like randomly out there. Like if you like, sure, like at 100 light years away, there might not be something there, but eventually there's so much shit. There's something there, right? But there's an area where we can, using redshifting, we can see that there's kind of some stuff in front of it and there's kind of some stuff behind it, but there's like a pocket where there's like really large and there's like nothing there. Like if you were to take any average of just looking in a random direction, there's like, you should see like 100,000 stars. I'm making up a number here. I don't know what the actual number is. You should see like 100,000 stars in any X distance or whatever, 10,000, whatever, fucking 1,000, who knows? I think whatever the number was at least 5 digits. So I'll say at least 10,000 stars, not galaxies or anything like that. In this one area, there's like 3? It's like some single digit number. There's like nothing there. And we don't know. Cancels brew leaf, ran out of fruit. That makes sense. And we don't know why there's nothing there. There is a terrifying thought, and that is something got rid of the suns. Now, yeah, it's possible in the infinite expanse of randomness in space that like somehow nothing ended up there, but like it's not perfect sphere, but it's like it's a defined shape. It's not like it's this weird like stretch mark in space. It's like, no, it's like a sphere, just like no visible stars in that area. One of the semi-hopeful ideas is that maybe there's a civilization there that's so fucking advanced, it's been like growing out like an empire and like building Dyson spheres or something, which is like, it's like a massive array of like solar collectors around a sun, which like we came up with in science fiction. And I think scientists are like, if your civilization has the ability to build one, you were like so far beyond anything we can continents for like being like, you have to be able to generate material. Like you're beyond E equals MC squared to even be able to somehow figure out a way to actually build one. And like, it's like one of the like not completely serious, but kind of serious suggestions is maybe there's just something there like Dyson sphering everything. And that's like the edge of its empire.
No, I can't do it.
Again, you want to have a thing about aliens or whatever, fine. Just, it was one of the things that was like, you know, an empire of something doing Dyson spheres could explain this. Granted, at that point, we need to prove aliens, prove Dyson spheres, prove so many things. It's not like, hey, there's aliens and they're out there. But like, here's why it's actually genuinely spoopy, though. Here's why, like, this is an oh shit thought. The thing is like hundreds of thousands of light years away, this space. So the light that we aren't seeing from it is the light that we haven't seen, that wasn't generated there hundreds of thousands of years ago, or whatever the actual distance is. So the area we can, whatever's causing this, the area that we can see as its edge might not be there. That just means that's where the border of whatever the effect is, that's where that border was 100,000 years ago. For all we know, the border is like half the distance to us by now, because that distance would only be wherever the border was 50,000 years ago. If the border was there, we wouldn't see that border of darkness until it was 50,000 years away from us. You get what I'm saying? So like, we don't know what caused it. One of these suggested ideas is like, you know, it just would explain it. We need to prove 90 billion things. Would be like, maybe there's actually an empire out there or something destroying suns. But the spoopy part is, it doesn't matter what it is. If that thing was coming directly at us, we wouldn't fucking know. It's so far out there that the thing that we are seeing and going, the fuck is that? Is what happened hundreds of thousands of years ago. We have no clue where the border actually is today, or whatever's causing it, how fast the thing that caused it can move. We have no clue. It could show up here tomorrow. Whatever it is. You don't have the password for that section of the galaxy. Like a giant air bubble in a loaf of bread. Yeah, space is very busy, except right there. Very weird. But like, yeah, it's not even the, oh, maybe it's proof of aliens. It's just whatever caused it. It could be growing. There's like this, there's a genuine concern that there is, if some part of matter like depower, like there's different energy states in different parts of matter, and entropy says everything tries to go to its lowest state. There's like a kind of genuine concern that, I forget what the particle is, but there's a particle that we know of that's at like its excited state. And but for some reason, like they're all at their excited state. Whose bed? My own room is Zakthos. They're all at their excited state. So there's a genuine concern that if something somewhere of this thing were to actually finally, oh, you're married to Coca Koala, Zakthos, were to switch over to its unexcited state, that all the other of that particle would also start following suit and switch to the less, they would release the energy, switch to the less excited state. Like, it's kind of weird that they're all at the excited state. I don't know what this is. I can't remember what the actual part is. I think it's like something smaller than a neutron. So it's like suggested that if they were to do that, like matter might not exist correctly and the universe might start ceasing to exist. That is also one of the, we can't prove it, but that is also a theory some scientists threw out is, you know, this weird, crazy doomsday idea that we kind of speculated, if that were happening over there, that might be what it looks like. That might just be like the death of the universe. Like that's where one of these particles finally depowered, and like a virus, like they're all depowering around it. That could also be it. It could be literally a wave of non-existence. And again, it might be traveling at us right fucking now. We don't know. We just know where the border of the wave of death is, about 100,000 years out. No worries. Just an unending wave of darkness. Yeah, the hypervelocity black hole. I just pinged you on Discord with a meme. I need you to look at it on stream before I go to bed, please. I hope you don't need it to be on stream. I have got it. Who is saying this? Before I go to bed, please. Art. The Earth is 70% water and uncarbonated. Okay? So it's technically flat. Shut the fuck up. No, water is not flat. Shut the fuck up. I am the end of all things. False vacuum? That might be what it is. Again, I don't remember the words on that one. I got my COVID booster yesterday. I've been exhausted ever since. I wanted to pop in. Hello, Kleinodev. I sent you a message, Kleinodev. I don't know if you saw it. You don't need to answer it now, especially if you're exhausted. I've been having life issues and technical difficulties for about the past week. So I had things happen. What you had sent to me, I am interested in. I'm just not entirely sure what it is. Oh, I do see that you have replied. I haven't read it yet, but I do see that you have in fact replied. Basically, real quick, if anyone is interested in the software gore that I had to experience, hold on. I know this is gonna be me showing it to you on the phone, but this is what my monitor looked like. Just glitch nonsense. No clue what was going on. Just triple monitor PC and all the monitors becoming triangles. The woodcutter is very drowsy. Well, why doesn't he go to sleep? Don't tell me he's stuck in a tree. He is very injured. What the fuck happened to you? What happened to Mr. Woodcutter? Were you in a fight? A tree slammed into him. He cut down a tree on himself? All right, he's tired because I don't have a hospital. Do I have another bed? Do I have an open bed? Kind of. I'm going to free this bed, and I'm going to do that as a hospital. It's not the greatest hospital, and I do now need a chief medical dwarf who is apparently going to be Delir Kattensmool, the Grand Master Diagnostician. But maybe someone will take care of him. Yes, thank you. I'm with Nathan Fillenkraut here. Rack and the pistol, but your reaction is just perfect. I did see it. I did answer it. Free rave party. Now with the drugs. Ooh, spider bite. He was unconscious before. Yeah. No, I have no clue what that was. It kind of happened again yesterday. But yesterday is because I was like, I had a friend on the PC, Terramokes. Fantastic person. He does art streams and emotes for channels. If he's live, because he hasn't been recently as far as I'm aware, if he's live, definitely swing by and give him a follow. He's a fantastic person. But he was playing on my PC, and we were trying to do Battlefield 2042, which right now is an insane mess. They've made some weird mathematical decisions with that game. And at the end of the match, like the guy kills him at the very end, and the screen hung. And I got a weird error from it saying like the graphics card, DirectX error. The graphics card has stopped responding to calls. And I wouldn't even bring that up. It's like, okay, well, the game crashed. But when I tried to alt tab out of it to like close the program, it did that weird triangle shit again. So I don't know if like something's wrong on the graphics card, if it's a DirectX thing. Basically, I'm gonna blame Battlefield though, because I did a Windows update, then did the graphics update to like the latest beta whatever, which I'm assuming is one involving Battlefield. And I think that graphics driver might be borked. I don't know. So far today's stream, it's been fine. Like, even after I refreshed everything previously, I didn't have any issues other than in Battlefield 2042. So, I don't know. He cursed us with that. Who cursed you? I didn't curse you. What was I doing? We have Doctor. does Doctor have medicine? First of all, who is Doctor? Doctor is Deller Cattensmool. Deller Cattensmool. Where is doctoring? There you go. You are now all doctors. Good luck with that. He is now ready to doctor. Wait, was he? First purple. Yep, okay, he was. Need bucket. Oh, are they talking about bucket? They probably need bucket anyways. I should make some buckets. Can never go wrong with a bucket. Not a buckler, a bucket. All right, 3 buckets. Computer downloaded this newest update and said it wouldn't work with my card, possibly because I'm on Windows 11 though. I haven't actually done that yet. I was nervous to do that, especially on the like stream PC. I was like, that's not gonna go well. My rice got stolen. That's who stole it. The honey badger. No, it said the honey badger stole the honey badger brain. Who stole my seeds? I had rice seeds. Somehow they died. I don't know. They're gone. They're gone forever. Either that or they're not being put back in the food storage. I never made a food storage area. And that could explain things. All right, what if I created just a big old food storage area over here right now? This is going to be secure later, but right now, let's just get food storage. All right, we already know we need to go 2 up and not all the way to the edge. We'll go that far for right now. Because I think this is where the wall is. Did I get that right? Nope, I got it completely wrong. This is where the wall is. Right on that corner, huh? I'm off by 1. Of course I am. The Necro is a doctor. Oh, is that who the doctor is? Is Deller my Necro? No. Where's Deller? Are you a Necro? What is your name? I don't know how to tell. I hope you're not also Necromancer. Camellia stole your seed. Oh. Ahaha. 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 I'll have you know, I gave it willingly. Udil is. Yes, I see the other one. I saw that he was a doctor. I thought you were saying that Chief Medical was also a necromancer. I'm going to have such an issue with him later. Yes, for those of you unaware, on Mondays, I didn't do it last month, technical issues. I do the Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous game. And we have recently learned that one of our female companions is in fact completely crazy. Just bonkers. And then she revealed that she wanted to do the RPG trope of the romance subplot. Now, normally people would say, do not put your genitals in crazy. But I'm going lich, and I'm not going to have genitals soon. So I feel like the lich version of that is always put your genitals in crazy. So I did. We're going to have to wait to see if that's going to come back and punish me later. Okay, just that he also is a doctor. Well, I mean, who best to know how to keep people alive than someone who makes sure you can never die? I mean, that just seems like an all-around swell guy. All right. Bring you up again. If that was the middle, it was like 2 in either direction. So I think that and then 2, and then it's start gonna curve in. After this, I guess I need to just floor all the way up to that. So one of these actually, I need to not put a wall in yet because it's going to be the river later. This one, the one I started with, needed to not be a wall. I didn't do that smart. Oh my god. All right. Oh, we're saving. Oh no, Spider Cat Girl's gonna punish you after she murders Camellia. All right, someone put in another channel redeem of do the push, so I will do the push. All right, I got 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 3, 2. 1, 2, 3, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Chocolate. Now, Zakthos, I think I gave you your room, so I'm going to mark yours as complete. I just never marked it complete before. And then where's my mouse? There we go. Just slides it in. All right, Coca, I see you. And the Necromancer, whoa, lo, lo. No, I did. It feels wrong. The latest, Age of Empires game. I have it. I played it. Like, on one hand, it's like, well, this is fun. But the whole time I'm playing it, I'm sitting there, I'm going, something feels wrong. Something is not right. I don't know what it is. You know, usually can be like, oh, this math is wrong or that control is bad. I'm doing the game and I'm like, this is okay. This is entertaining. This is fun. But the whole time I'm sitting there going, something's wrong. Like, I don't know if, like, the camera's just not quite responsive enough or if it's the troops or, like, just something with the actual telling them to do stuff just feels wrong to me, and I cannot put my hand on it. My finger. You don't need to put the whole hand. Yes, Age of Empires. But no, I'd had a thought, and now it's gone. My thought is gone forever. Never to return. Do not worry. Do not fear, for that thought shall never return and threaten this brave and noble land. Why did no one ever build this? We don't have an architect. Why are people canceling eat? Item inaccessible. Is this not a ramp? They can't get up anymore? There was a ramp here. You go down the... I don't understand. I'll dig another one. I left you guys a way down. I don't know why you're acting like you can't get down. All right. Now can you eat? Is that not also a ramp? Upward ramp, right? Upward slope. Upward slope to here. What was the major malfunction? Ramp? It's the exact same thing. Whatever. Okay, cool. We didn't like that ramp. That wasn't the ramp for cool kids. That's not an up ramp. Yeah, it is. It's an upward slope. They're both upward slopes. It's the exact same thing. I don't know. It makes whatever's going on with it. Hold on, let me think. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a drink or water. Now, all right, so water for the ranting. So real quick, I also want to create a poll because I know, I mean, obviously we're all here. We like Dwarf Fortress style games, obviously, but real quick question. What FPS do you play? Bear with me. Battlefield. Halo. Call of Duty. Overwatch / Team Fortress. They're two different things, so I'm going to count them as the same thing. I'll say less serious ones. And then I do not play first-person shooters. Start poll. Because I want to know what the majority of you do play before I address the math that has gone horribly wrong in the latest Battlefield game. Because I can compare it to basically most every other game. Like, for some reason, the latest one has taken aspects of, like, every other first-person shooter, not necessarily Battlefield, and, like, done them weird. Like, just absolute nonsense. Tarkov. The problem with Tarkov is it keeps changing. I could not pin down what Tarkov is. Like, I think I would more consider Tarkov a survival. I know it's not. I know it's mostly. I've seen it. I've watched the formal do the Tarkov, and every time there's a major update, like near as I can tell, the gunplay changes, and you can never be completely reliant on what the guns are going to act like. So I could not do a comparison on the gunplay mechanics in Tarkov because I don't know what they're using right now, and I haven't been tracking every update. One of the options was, what do you mean none? One of the options in the poll was some of those. Just go with whatever one you're more proficient with. I should have said you can vote multiple times. That one's on me, but pick one. Pick whichever one you'd be most proficient at. Like the type of gameplay you're most used to. Is a hoarder shooter. Tetris-style inventory management game. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a good game, but I would not ever do a comparison of firefight gunplay mechanics and use Tarkov. Because I still don't know what its fire mechanics are even like because they keep changing. I don't play for... Well, that was an option. Where's my mouse? What are we leaning towards? A lot of you don't play, and a lot of you do Halo and Overwatch, but none of you do Battlefield and Call of Duty, despite a bunch of you seeing that you play Battlefield and Call of Duty. Do you know what a poll is, chat? You can answer it, and like, I won't hold you to it. I won't be like, oh, you haven't played Battlefield in 2 years. I'm gonna sue you. Feel free to answer the poll and not expect me to remember exactly what you put in chat 5 minutes ago. Could not vote twice. Fine. You want me to bring it down? Do you want me to bring down the thing so that people can multi-vote? All right, hold on. Let's end this poll. / poll. Poll is already active. Well, how do I end the poll? Poll end. A poll is already active. Poll die. Kill poll. Unrecognized command kill. Well, I mean, I guess that makes sense. All right, well, the poll won't let me do it. I can report my own poll. That's great. Poll murder. Well, I mean, when you're doing like anything with Lazy Noob Pack, if you do the regular game to quit, you type in like kill or die or something. But if you're in the liquids editor, then that's quit. So you have to like, it's different kill commands for different portions. I don't know what the hell they all are. All right, channel that down. I just played loading prefab. Shut up. Poll derp. I played Battlefield 1 a couple times. We're both kind of sad about it. What does that even mean? I played Battlefield once. Me and my cousin were sad about it. Are you saying you were so bad at Battlefield that you just like cried and your cousin is like, there you go. He started crying with you? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? We were both kind of sad about me playing Battlefield. I played Battlefield. My the effect was so palpable, everyone in the room started crying. Battlefield was kind of bad. We were sad he wasted money on it. Okay, that makes more sense. The way you wrote it, I thought you were saying everyone was sad about you playing. I was so bad people wept. I'm gonna have to remember that. Battlefield 1. I forget which one that is. Is that the one where you could do the artillery? All right. The majority of you, I got half of you saying you don't even play first-person shooters. All right. I know that we have a chance for multiple votes, but if nothing else, far and above, the majority of people said that they don't play first-person shooters, meaning I got to go in basics. We're going to talk about this mathematically, you know, as if we were doing, say, Dwarf Fortress or a game where we had to like analyze what was going on. The networking. Let's discuss the networking, okay? In a regular first-person shooter game, particularly going over a server, the server says there's a guy over there. You point your gun at him, you pull the trigger. There are multiple different ways that'll calculate it. End result is they go to that guy who is over there and go, this man shot you. Because I know you told me where you were, and then he said he shot you there. So you're shot. You're dead now. Boom, you're dead. But like, there's been they didn't program the networking like that. There's like a major issue right now where people are talking about two different things. Bloom, which I'll explain in a second. It's not light bloom. It's not like, oh, this area is like really bright, which immediately confused me when I first saw people complaining about it. And there's an issue of like the server not saying you hit someone when you clearly did. Both of these are because of a thing called crossplay, which is they usually, if you're on a PC, you play against someone on the PC. If you're on an Xbox, you play against someone on the Xbox. PlayStation. Use their servers, their networking protocols. Makes sense. Retired Navy vet. Thank you so much. Hold on. I got you. Why does this button take a while to do the shout out? Did it do the shout out? Why is it not shouting out? I push button, it should shout out. My button is saying I'm doing it, but I'm not getting the shout out command. Hello, retired Navy vet. Thank you so much. Everyone, he streams. My shout out command is not working for some reason on my end. Maybe a mod can type it in manually and see if it works. So it does. It works if someone types in, but not if I do it. Thank you so much. Give him a check out. He's playing Minecraft. He's a fantastic person. Where was I? Oh yeah, the server issues. This isn't a lag thing, what I'm about to describe. This is purely because of crossplay. Basically, you can find a bunch of forums where people are like, all those problems go away if you turn off crossplay. I turned off crossplay, the problems go away. Meaning it's an issue with crossplay. What is apparently happening is, I guess they weren't confident in their ability of the networking code with the people on consoles. So if you're playing with someone on a console, the console goes, I'm moving right, I'm moving left, I'm shooting, what have you. But I don't know why it just pulls at a different rate than someone on PC does. So normally the guy goes, I'm here, tell server, you play with server, you go, I shoot that guy. Server goes, okay, I know he's been shot. Goes back to that guy, goes, hey, you've been shot. The way they did it in Battlefield 2042, near as I can tell, is they go back to the person and ask them if they've been shot. And like, in case they switch to an ability that gave them armor, or they switch to hide behind, like some people can just pull up a fucking tower shield. So they like, it's almost like the honor system. Have you been shot? But the consoles or something, like if there's a console player by a console player, it asks both of them or some fucking, I don't understand the specifics of it, but just imagine this. You're shooting someone, you're doing something to someone, and then the server asks them if they'll allow that to happen. Now, if it's one person, if it's a guy by himself, the server goes, someone got shot here. Was that you? Guy by himself on console, yeah, you got me. I'm the only guy here. I don't have the ability to block it. I didn't initiate that. You shot me. You could shoot a guy. But for some reason, if there are too many bots together or too many console players together, like the server goes, someone shot the bullet over here. Who got shot? And all the consoles reply, well, I was doing XYZ. Was it me that got shot? And the server goes, I don't know. Was it you that got shot? And they all pass the buck off to everyone else. So no one gets shot. So there's an issue in crossplay where if you get enough bots together or enough console players together and you're playing on PC, you can't shoot them. They're like orcs from Warhammer 40k. They just don't believe they got shot, so they don't get shot. Now, apparently this doesn't happen console v console, so I don't know the specifics of why this is happening, but it immediately makes you not want to play the game if the more likely you are to shoot someone, because there's more people there, for some reason right now means the less likely you are to shoot someone if they're on consoles. Turn off crossplay, that goes away. This is coupled with the fact of, in first-person shooters, there's like 2 tiers. This is where the joke of PC Master Gaming Race comes from. Is actually, like, it's rooted in first-person shooters amongst elitism about, you know, like, oh, I paid this much for my console and stuff. There's an actual skill difference in console and PC gamers because PCs have a mouse. It is an analog input device where I can think I want to go up left, move my mouse up left, and it moved the precise amount of up left I wanted. Whereas on a console, for the most part, you have a controller with a thumbstick where I can address a direction and a velocity in that direction, but I cannot address necessarily a distance. I can say I want to go up left, I want to go up left at this speed, but because it's a analog stick, I cannot describe the exact distance I want to go other than stop moving in that direction, meaning you can be more precise with a mouse. Now, a bunch of companies have started doing, when they do crossplay, have started trying to even the fields because anyone on a mouse is going to outplay, for the most part, anyone using a controller. That's just the way it is. So what they started doing is they started basically giving aimbot to people on controllers. So if they're close enough to you, the game goes, well, he wanted to shoot you, and it drags their aim over towards you. Whether or not that's fair, that's not the point of what I'm discussing. That's just what they've been doing. And Battlefield 2042 is not the only one to do this. However, Battlefield 2042 did notice that every other company that did this, people complain, saying it is unfair because it pulls them to you, not around you. Like it pulls it to your chest or your head or something. So they're saying, well, when you turn this on, it goes from me dominating them because of my capabilities and the tools I'm using, and it goes to the game is basically just giving them the kill. 1v1, that's not fair. So the developers of Battlefield 2042 started introducing a thing called Bloom, which is basically, if this was a missile, would be called the circular error of probability, i.e. you have an accuracy of this much, beyond this much, you're just not accurate. Now, normally, if you're going to count inaccuracies from a weapon, you would, especially if they're like looking down the scope of a weapon, you would say, okay, the weapon's moving like this much. The natural movement of the weapon causes the inaccuracy. If the weapon happens to be moving slightly right and you push the button and it's a pixel off the person, you have missed. this is the inaccuracy normally in a game like that. Or if it's something where they are wielding a shotgun, you will calculate out a random spread of pellets and say, was any of these pellets in the spread, did they hit the enemy? Well, for some reason, to mitigate people saying that the console players had an unfair advantage, they started employing a thing called bloom, which is after, say, 5 meters or 5 feet or 15 feet, 5 meters. I'm rounding, just bear with me. It just randomly adds a cone to your bullet, and your bullet will go wherever in that cone. So within a certain range, your weapon is as accurate as you are. Beyond a certain range, the weapon just isn't. It could randomly choose any direction for absolutely no reason. Like basically the bullet's making a turn mid-flight. To mitigate the overpoweredness of the controllers aimbotting towards you, here's the problem. Everyone has bloom. Even the people who are playing on a mouse. So, for some reason, the game just randomly decides whether or not you hit. Which is why the game then is doing this double check of, did you get hit? Because of this secondary bloom check. Because the game is no longer saying he's aiming at you and he pulled the trigger. Are you there? The game is now saying he aimed at you, pulled the trigger. Were you moving? Yes. Well, bloom check. Did you move in this direction? Yes. But also, did another guy move in the counter direction to be in front of you? And because of this weird checking of inaccuracies, if there's enough people together, you just can't hit them. Unless it's a PC. Because the PC just says what it was doing. Like, they have programmed it for consoles and have programmed it for PCs. So if you do like Battlefield games, there are a lot of issues with it. But I'm going to tell you right now, as someone who did like the gold version to get the pre-order, like play it a week early thing, save your money. Save your money until they fix some of this nonsense. That's just the net. They've got like a lot of other issues. That's just the networking. They've made like weird decisions that don't even make sense. Like even if it was an RPG or something, it sounds like someone's like taking drugs for some of these. They put in, I'm going to have to compare this to some other first person shooters just so this makes sense. They put in a hover vehicle. So it's, we've kind of had them before in Battlefield games for the wet levels and stuff like that. They put in a hover vehicle. In it's the Wraith, I think, in Halo, the thing that kind of half floats, not the flying one, the thing that floats. I'm forgetting the name of the vehicle. I apologize. They put in a vehicle that does not have to respond correctly to gravity. It can just float over objects. It's basically a foot off the ground. It's a hover vehicle. It makes sense. The problem is, it doesn't repel the ground. Instead of saying this thing lifts itself off the ground by 1 foot, it's coded to say this vehicle is 1 foot above what is below it. Meaning, and you can find videos on this, it's baffling. If you hit a wall, because you're off the ground, you're more likely to bounce. Because you're not, if you're a tank or something, you're on the ground. You can't go down, you can't go up. You're a heavy thing on the ground. A hover vehicle, though, you're off the ground. Physics is going to say you bounce up a little bit because you can't go down because the coding says you can't easily go down. So you bounce up, right? But what if you keep driving forward? Hold on. I don't want to... Hopefully we don't get trees in the water. This is going to drive me crazy. This tree falls in the water. Well, actually, no. That's supposed to be part of the river. Let's build the floor first. I got the wall below that I needed. This is just to cover. So what happens is, oh, those are walls. If you are in this hover vehicle and you drive forward and you slam into something, there's a chance the front of your vehicle bounces up. Okay. But the thing is, it's like lightweight, so it's fast, but it also has a turbo boost. So if you hold fast enough forward, even when you bounce up, you can kind of like keep going forward. Now, there are other games where they have light vehicles with this type of mechanic in it. Usually what happens is you can just You can flip over easily. It's less stable. It's a hover vehicle. This kind of makes sense. But the problem is, if you say get by a skyscraper or anything exceptionally tall, if you start to flip enough, the majority of what's below you will be the building, not the ground. And again, they didn't code in gravity on the vehicle. They just said you're a foot above whatever's below you. So if you drive hard enough into a building, what is below you is the side of a building. And you can now just drive this hover vehicle up the side of a building. It's not like anti-gravity. It's just got a giant fan on the back. It's the Louisiana frickin' I sawed a boat in half. That's all this is. But if you somehow slam into a building hard enough, you can just say F you to all apples everywhere. You are driving up this. There's no gravity for you today. You can just drive up a building. So people are like just driving up buildings on these things. Mind you, this is the most mobile vehicle in the game. It's not a tracked vehicle. It can go sideways and stuff. It's got 3 or 4 chain guns on it. You can stop on the side of a building. There are videos of people stopping. It's not like you have to keep driving. This isn't based on acceleration. It's just once you get into a position where you're on the side of a building, there is a way to like get it to also stop on the side of a building. So you can just be anywhere with like 4 super fast chain guns with unlimited ammunition. So people are using this to drive up on top of like 200 stories tall fucking skyscrapers and stuff like that. But it gets worse. Let's say you drive up to floor 199 on the vehicle. And then for whatever reason, you just vacate the building. You just nyom off into nothingness. Okay, you don't have anything below you. You sink, obviously. You're off the building. There you go. Get out of the air. No, because they coded it as a hover vehicle. It's like its fall speed is reduced to make it feel more floaty and like less able to be controlled. Like if you hit a rock and you go, oh, it's not going to slam back down. It's like, oh, 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 oh. So if you happen to get far enough in the air, you don't fall like a stone. You fall like a leaf, and you're in a hover vehicle, and you're just flying through the air. You're not going up in elevation. Hold on. I never did this. I thought to do this, but I never did this. You know what? Apprentice Crafts Dwarf. You are now an architect. Someone build that trade depot, please. You can just fly through the air. You're always falling. You're falling with style. But now a non-aerial vehicle is just careening through the air with chain guns in all directions. Just fucking... And it doesn't take falling damage because it doesn't fall fast enough. So if you just keep going, you just end up landing on the ground at some point. You just ride back to the building. There are videos of people driving up a giant skyscraper, driving off to fly through the air, landing on a helicopter. And you know what the game does then? The vehicle's not touching the helicopter because of that 1 foot hover thing. It's 1 foot above whatever's below you. So the hover vehicle takes no damage. But the helicopter is programmed that if anything touches your top, it must mean you crashed. So the helicopter detonates instantly. So if you drive this thing up a building, a regular Louisiana freaking hoverboat thing up a building, and you leap off the building, you can just land on a helicopter and detonate it instantly and just continue about your day with no worries. Just because that's how they decided this vehicle would work. Here's what makes it even worse. They decided that this vehicle is your light vehicle in the game. So everyone's army gets like 8 of these things. So at any one point in time, there's 16 of this goofy fucking vehicle just careening everywhere. If it touches you as an infantry person, you die instantly. If the guy driving it just clips you slightly, doesn't matter at what point he clips you, doesn't have to be driving into you, because it's a vehicle and he hits you, counts as if you ran you over, you die instantly. So these things are just pinballing off of everything and just flying through the air, and just anything that touches it just auto dies. Just auto dies. No one really knows how they never thought this was going to be an issue, but apparently at no point did it cross their minds that maybe they had coded this vehicle wrong. So yeah, that's an issue right now with the game. We have finalized the import agreement. I just ordered a bunch of regular simple vegetables. We still need to get vegetables for our gardens. What I really need to do is get this trade depot built so I can start trading with people. Where was I building that trade depot anyways? I think I might have canceled it to try again. I think I did. Let's try that trade depot again. try to get that built. The dwarf suspended the construction because the eagle started attacking him. Okay, thank you, eagle. Democratic Death Swamp Boat. Fuck you, Newton. I do what I want. It's good to hear that FPS get the same testing as other games. You're gliding down? Goddamn second safety jab kicks. Final Fantasy Airship Swamp Boats Goomba stopping helicopter. Dude, I'm serious. You can find these videos. Like, I was just like, what was the idea of this? So they're hover vehicles, and like I said, they just kill everything. Now here's where it gets evener more worse. They were slightly lazy when making the vehicle. I know, shocker. When they created the vehicle, they clearly just copied the template over from their other vehicle they had and just started working on it. Like, why create a new file? Just copy and paste a file, edit the file to the new stats. That by itself, I've done that before. I have no question about that. What just happened? Honey badger. But they didn't think to change every stat. So this super light vehicle that's super flat, super fast, goes over all obstacles, climbs buildings, Goomba stomps, helicopters, freaking like 3 to 4 unlimited ammunition chain guns on it. How hearty is this thing? How easy is it to take out? Takes about 3 rocket strikes. They gave it the same armor as a tank because they copied it from the tank and they didn't think to change the armor value. So it's also one of the tankiest vehicles in the game. Like, it literally takes multiple rocket blasts to take this thing out. The only thing that kills it is if it gets stuck somewhere. Because as you kill things with your vehicle, you can level up the vehicle. So you can customize your vehicle to go into battle. You can, at high enough level, it just has an auto repair function. So you either have to burst fire it down, or the guy just leaves, repairs it, and comes back. And it takes like 3 rocket shots. It takes like 3 rocket shots to kill a tank. A tank can shoot it with its cannon. It doesn't blow up. It takes multiple cannon shells because tanks are designed to shoot at each other a couple times. So it's also literally the hardiest damn thing in the game. And that's like the most common vehicle. They're just everywhere. I do not know where they came up with this design choice. You would think at some point they would have been like, wait, hold on. Super fast. It's one of the most like damaging vehicles in the game. Because again, they all got like rapid fire unlimited ammo chain guns. Like one on each side, one on top. The driver doesn't get a weapon, but the thing is a weapon. Again, if you hit an infantryman, he's just dead. If you hit a helicopter, the helicopter dies. If you land on a plane, I think the same effect would happen. The plane dies. The only thing you do not kill by driving into it with this thing is another hover vehicle or a tank. That's it. Those are the only things that don't die. They smash through buildings. Like if they just graze a wall, the wall just explodes. These things literally destroy everything. The health of a tank, just the most damaging thing in the fucking game. It basically flies. There's no verticality to this. They're terrifying. They're absolutely terrifying. So that's needing to get fixed. That has nothing to do with crossplay. That's just because they just did it wrong. You know what? I need to have my craft store do like wood crafts. Wood crafts on repeat. Just so we have something to trade so I can start getting plants out. Because yeah, I want to start having proper vegetables. That they screwed up. You can call in things. So every team has a certain amount of vehicles that they can have. This makes sense. 2 tanks, 8 of that weird light vehicle, 3 helicopters, 2 planes. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, like, okay, cool. They've had this before, but they advertised. What I'm about to say, they advertised. This isn't like they didn't think about this. This is what they thought was the high point of the game. If you're in the middle of combat and the slot is open, you can just summon the vehicle to where you are. So normally, if 2 people are riding around and your team's only 2 tanks, you have your 2 tank slots, the tank would have to die, and then you would have to get lucky enough to be dead and respawning at that same time to see that there's a tank available to have an option to get the tank. Okay. But now if you're in the middle of combat and you sit there, and your team's tank is right there, and they go boom, they blow up your tank, you can just hit the letter B on a keyboard and summon a new tank where you are. So it used to be, because it happened when you were spawning, that you would have to spawn at your team's most furthest base and drive forward with the vehicle. So there was always like a pressure. There's like a moving front to combat. Like, oh, I got rid of your vehicles. I can push forward towards the points closer to your base because it took time for your vehicles to get up to where I am again. So you'd have this front line that kept moving back and forth. But now you take out my tank. I just summon a tank here. If I ignore the fighting and I sneakily walk all the way to the back of the entire thing towards your primary base and just stare at my B menu, I can just summon a tank in your back lines. I can just summon a tank wherever the fuck I am. The idea was supposed to be that you could just have rapid delivery vehicles and constant fighting, but no one's using it for that. Everyone just keeps backdooring each other with vehicles. The most just fucking stupid. So yeah, like you're never gonna. I don't want to say never. Are these elves? Please don't be elves. They're dwarves. All right, I can trade wood with them. You're like, more often than not, the enemy's tanks come from your base, and your tanks come from the enemy's base because everyone keeps summoning them behind each other and then driving back towards combat to flank. So everyone's teams are summoning the wrong base, the wrong vehicles, and driving towards each other. But also, what this means is, particularly for those light vehicles, what you can do is just go to the top of a skyscraper and ask for a hover vehicle to be delivered to you, and then just drive off the freaking skyscraper. You don't even have to learn how to drive up the skyscraper to do the helicopter Goomba stomp. You can just summon a freebie one, Goomba stomp a helicopter, drive it at the enemy, and hop out. They'll destroy it. You just, as an infantry guy, go back to the top of the skyscraper using the elevator, and then summon a new hover vehicle because they blew it up, meaning the slot is now open. So you can just summon another hover vehicle, and you can just keep Goomba stomping the enemy. Embrace the hover meta. It's so garbage. It's like really, really dumb. I don't know why. Don't get me, it's Battlefield. You know, they always have an on-off love-hate relationship with vehicles. That's like the shtick to Battlefield over, say, Call of Duty, is that it's the combined arms, you know, meta, that, you know, you use all the vehicles. People have rockets. You can take out helicopters. Helicopters have flares, but you can, like, focus on them and things like that. You know, there's supposed to be this, like, interplay, but, like, every single vehicle in the game is just trumped by this weird fucking hover vehicle. This weird... There's even more problems with it. This hover vehicle is just so effing broken. At the beginning of the game, their team spawns here, your team spawns there, and there's like 5 to 7 points in the middle that you fight over. This is how a normal, it's like Battlefield, Battlefront, it's like territory control first-person shooters work this way. There's 7 important points, that hill, that building, so on and so forth, and whoever has the majority of them, the opposing team starts losing points. First team to lose all of its points loses. So you want the majority of these points. This also means, however, that is the objective of the mode. So you get a lot of points for doing the objective, not just shooting the enemy. In League of Legends, this would be pushing the lane, not just going for kills. It's playing the objective. You know, any multiplayer non-co-op game, there's an objective. It's always, you'll see people try to not play the objective. It's like, just play the objective and we'll win. You need to do the objectives to win. Remember what I said earlier, the hover vehicle has a boost. And the hover vehicle ignores most terrain because it's about a foot off the ground. You lose a lot of directional control, but you can go straight really fast. So the beginning of every game is like where people are is completely decided by who spawned in a hover vehicle and boosted at what points. If you're on foot, you're never going to take any of the first points. Whoever's, because you can sit in a hover vehicle and cap the points. So if I do a hover vehicle and 3 other people hop in and I get to the first point, there's 4 people taking the point. 4 people taking a point or a 4-person lead on taking a point makes the point get captured really fast. Really, really fast. So the initial layout of combat is just whose team had the better hover vehicle drivers. And if you're not in a hover vehicle, you're not getting those points. You get 50 points to kill someone per kill. If you take a point, particularly at the beginning, you get about 400 points. So if you're not in that vehicle, you would have to wait the amount of time it takes for you to get to where the enemy is. Then the amount of time it takes to kill 8 of them to equal the exact same effort that 4 people that spawned in a hover vehicle did to just run forward about 200 meters and take the first point. But once they took that point, by the time you just catch up to them when they take that point, they then use their speed and they zip off to the next point. So they could get if they're really good, they could get 3 points. They can get the closest 3 points on your side before you've even seen the enemy. So you've got to kill, what I'd say 8? You got to kill 24 people to equal what the people in the hover vehicles did in about the first minute and a half. 24 kills is what it's going to take you to equal someone who started the match with the hover vehicle if they're going for the objectives. A lot of them aren't, admittedly. A lot of them are just like, vroom, vroom, and they just run over everyone. There are people who aren't doing that. But if people are doing it for the objectives and or just wanting to get the points, if you're not in a hover vehicle, 24's, I want to say average. I think that's actually about average. You have to remember, these matches are 64 people versus 64 people. So there's a lot of people shooting at you. And if you die, you got to go to a spawn pointer near one of your people who's already in combat. You might go a match without getting 24 if you're not that good. It's entirely possible. So there are people who are just getting more, just way more points than you. And you need this to unlock better and stronger weapons. So there are just people who are getting more rewards for being in the hover vehicle than you are. And they get it in the first minute and a half of a match that might last 40 minutes. And this is not counting anything else they do. After they do those, if the guy runs over 3 people, he's now 3 more kills ahead of you in terms of points, experience points. If you're in a gunner's seat, pew, and the driver runs over someone, you get credit because you're in the vehicle that killed him. If you're in a gunner's seat and you pew shoot someone, the driver gets credit. If someone shoots and you get what I'm saying? There's 3 people in guns and a driver, and people get credit for what the other people in the vehicle do. 8 of these things per team, I think. No, 4. I think it's 8 per team. Yeah, give or take. It might be 4 plus the 2 tanks plus another weird little buggy thing. Total of 8 vehicles, I think, per team. Either way, there's a lot of these damn things going around, and the amount of speed and kills they do, if you're in a vehicle, you just level up faster than anyone who's not in a vehicle. Or I should say, if you're in a hover vehicle. Planes and helicopters, they have to go hunt people down. The planes and helicopters are slower than a hover vehicle. Capture the flag. If you Goomba stomp a heli, you all get credit. Yeah, that's literally what happens. You could just be the gunner, and the guy just careens off the thing, and he just Goomba stomps a heli, and you're like, yay, helis can have 3 people in it. Guess what? You get credit for destroying a vehicle, you get credit for disabling a vehicle, and you get credit for all 3 kills. Goomba stomping a heli, it's 50, 50, 50. I think disabling's only 10 admittedly, but I think destroying a vehicle's 100. So if there's a full heli with 3 people in it, I think there's 3 in a heli, and there's a full thing with 3 people in it, you get credit for 5 kills. The essential 5.2 kills for 1 Goomba stomp. It's just, the experience is unreal. Oh, and right now, because of the earlier discussed bloom mechanic, the weapon bloom, short to medium range weapons are just key. They're just key. If you're doing something like this doesn't work as well with shotgun, but it kind of still works. Basically, the strongest weapon right now is a thing called a P02 because it has X range, which is the exact range right before bloom takes in. So if anyone is regularly using the PP29, their weapon is always crazy accurate. They never miss. If you're using like a massive LMG, like automatic gun, you're like, oh, that guy's in range. Yeah, I see him. No one gets hit. A PP9 runs up to you, just 2 taps your head and runs off. Like he didn't even have to aim. He's like, up. What are you talking about? Aiming's perfect. They've done things so mathematically weird. They've introduced heroes like Call of Duty. It's not how Battlefield works, where you pick a dude and he has special abilities. It's not really kind of how that works. Like, he's supposed to have a build, sure, but it's like, oh, just do whatever you want, but you choose a person separately to get like a special extra ability. There's one of them that's really cheap. Only absolute jackasses play him. So I play this guy. I'm not even joking. There's a dude. No one's doing this. I don't know why. I'm not on a vehicle, but I routinely been at like the end of game where it's like the MVPs of this fight were X, Y, and Z. X destroyed the most vehicles. Y revived the most players. Z got the most assists. I've been the guy that got the most assists like 4 times. I've only done like 10 matches. There's one of the dudes, I don't know why more people aren't doing this. It baffles me. One of the dudes goes beep boop boop and sends up a drone. And the drone spots like everyone it can see. If you're looking down a gun, you got to hit like the letter Q to be like, there's a guy on that hill. There's a guy in that truck. There's a guy on that building. You got to hit a button to make your guy literally call out there's a guy there for him to show up. And if you reveal a dude, you get like 10 experience. If someone kills a dude that you revealed, he gets 50 experience for killing him, but you also get 50 for assisting because you spotted him. If you have a drone though, the drone just auto spots immediately anyone within like a narrow field of vision on the drone. So if there's like 20 people charging a hill, you just float above them, pointing your camera down, and you spotted 20 people. You get 200 free experience for spotting 20 people. And if they all die, if any of them die in like the next 10 seconds, you get credit for assisting them. You get a full experience as if you killed them. You don't even have to aim. The best thing is the drone goes about 270 yards away from where you are. I'm just going to keep switching between feet, yards, and meters until everyone gets confused. He goes about 270 units. You can see a distance of things. It's just done in numbers. It's like 50, 120, 250, so on and so forth. You can go about 270 yards away from your operator before the drone is like, oh, I'm out of range. You can't talk to me anymore. So what I do is I find wherever a bunch of the points are kind of close together, and I go 150 away from it. That way my drone can go 120 beyond it. But because I'm in the middle of 2 or 3 points, I can reach all the points. So what I'll do is there's like a line that's you can see where everyone's clearly walking to get to every point. I'll be off the line, just prone in a bush. Just find a big enough bush. You're not shooting out of it. You're not making noise, so no one ever knows you're there. So literally, I'll go an entire match, 0 kills, 0 deaths, 45 assists. Just going between 3 points, spotting everyone. And the game's just like, look at this man. He's the greatest player. I've genuinely, the entire time I've played so far, seen 6 enemy drones. No one's using these drones. I don't know why. You don't have to shoot. You don't have to aim. It doesn't matter if they're on console or not. You're just like, yeah, whatever. I'm just buzzing around collecting experience off of everyone else's hard work. And then even better is at the end, the game's like, this man got the most assist, MVP, team player, extra 2,000. I got an achievement and shit for it. It's like extra 2,000 experience points. Squad number 1, greatest. I'm like, I'm just floating around. But this thing's supposed to kind of be the counter to vehicles too. It's mostly pointless. If I get my drone really close to an enemy vehicle, I can zoom in on it and EMP blast it. Boop. and it turns off the vehicle's weapons for like 7 seconds. It takes me 10 seconds reloading to get the EMP blast back. Oh yeah. I get 10 experience points if I EMP a vehicle. If someone destroys it, I don't get the assist. Because you just EMP'd it. That's not an assist. Why don't you just sit up above the battle, not doing anything? That's worth way more credit. But yeah, no, you can EMP even the hover vehicles and shit too. It turns off their weapons. But like I said, the damn thing moves so fast, it's almost pointless. Like, ha, I turned off your guns. Drives over 4 people. Aren't I the greatest? I guess. So yeah, it has this anti-vehicle countering system, but your drone is so fucking slow. You can't catch anything. If anything wants to drive away from you, anything at all in the game, you can't catch it. If there's a soldier walking away from you, you can't catch it. Like, you need to set up where the drone's going to be. It takes forever to go from point to point on the drone. It's obnoxious. But I mean, it's worth a few extra experience, I guess, or whatever. But yeah, no, that's literally what my lazy ass was doing in the game. I just put the drone over where an important battle was and just be like, boop, 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 spot. No one looks up. Everyone is so paranoid about hover vehicles running them over. No one looks up for the drones. It's weird. This is wrong. I got so wrapped up, I didn't actually do the circle right. Up here, I wanted it to go over so I could cut down a tree, but I don't need this anymore. This needs to be done out. I know minimum it's going to be going horizontal, right? No, wait. It goes up further. Hold on. I've done my floor wrong. 1, 3, 3, then the top. 1, 3, 3. Okay, that's not it. 1, 3, 3. DN 1, 3, 3, because that's going to be a wall anyways. And like I said, that part will probably get taken out. That's just like, before I channel this, I get rid of the trees. Yeah, basically anything electronic device, it can disable, but like temporarily. It's really weird. It might be able to disable the flares on the helicopter, but you, excuse me, have to catch it. Once I caught a helicopter because it was just hovering in place shooting down at something. If the helicopter, like I said, if a vehicle's moving at all, you're not catching it. You're not. The only time I catch any vehicle is like when they're turning and I'm like, oh, he's going this way. I'll like intercept him over here. That's the only time I pull that off. Circle? Booba. But yeah, no. But like the PP9 though, the shotgun is almost slightly pointless / broken. The shotgun doesn't have to deal with bloom, but that's because it has the weird pelleting system. Okay. The weird thing is all the shotguns, or at least the first two, I don't know about all of them, the first 2 shotguns so far operate as if they have like just the worst choke. The pellets, it's the first thing is just like buckshot, but it's such a narrow cone. You can't hit anyone outside of 30 meters, whatever. You can't hit anyone outside of 30, like at all. Like the pellets just disappear. But if they're within it, like if they're in your circle and you have a tiny circle, if they're in your circle and within 30 and you pull the trigger, unless they have a ballistic plate on, unless they have like bulletproof armor on, which is an optional upgrade, they die. They just die. The problem is the PP9 and some of those other SMGs have a further range. So a lot of people are like, oh, PP9 or bust, PP9 or bust. If a dude with a PP9 has a drop on you with a shotgun, if he has a drop on you with any fucking weapon, he's going to win. Because, again, they are accurate. But if you have a shotgun, apparently everyone knows shotgun rounds, they just stop. Like, they're either lethal or they don't even leave a scratch, really. But like I said, if you round a corner and there's a dude there and he's in your circle, you just one shot and he just giblets. So shotgun doesn't have to worry about the bloom either. Essentially because it's always got bloom. But like I said, they made its cone super narrow. Like I think a regular gun, oh, hold on. Build construction wall. There we go. No. Construction. well, I think a regular gun's bloom is a wider cone than a shotgun's. So shotguns are oddly accurate. The shotguns are like the second most accurate gun in the game. Really weird. All right, right above that green thing. Like I said, it's almost still kind of moot. If someone just has an SMG, they have more range on you, so you tend to lose those firefights. It's because you do nothing outside of 30. They do have an option for a slug. I've not gone far enough to see how far the slug round is. And I know that because of the increased spread at distance, a shotgun would probably be less lethal because it is, in fact, just buckshot. But, like, you don't get a hit marker. Like, in a first-person shooter, if you shoot someone, the game goes plip. You see a little X and you get a little noise like plip, and you know you've hit someone. So you know to probably just keep shooting. Outside of the 30, there's no plip. All the pellets just don't exist. They just cease. They have ceased to exist. They are done. All right, I'm trying to think about how I'm bringing that water through. These will need to be removed as a wall, though, so I can put wall there. I'm trying to think of any other, at least mathematical issues with the game. But yeah, no, for those of you who do play first-person shooters, probably hold off on playing it. For those of you that didn't, hopefully I was able to explain the issues in such a way as to still, so you could follow along and be entertained with the absurdity of the math involved. Especially the hover vehicle Goomba stomping the helicopter. Good evening. Yes, hello, Lunatic. How's it going? Imagine each pellet having to poll the console players. Good, you. I'm doing fine. We, before the stream we were having, or before today, we were kind of having technical issues. I've got it in the Discord. Graphics driver, since this latest Windows update, has been a kind of weird. It's probably the actual graphic driver update due to the Windows. Like, I don't think it's actually Windows' fault for once. But the graphics driver I installed due to Windows updating has got me acting funny. Other than that, I've just been dragging chat along on various anti-conspiracy theory rants. How are you doing, Lunatic? Gotta stretch my leg. I was sitting cross-legged during that conversation, and my left leg hurts. No, it doesn't hurt. It's tingly. I sat on the nerve. I had to roll back my Ethernet driver a few months ago because Windows decided to update to one that didn't work. Thank you, Microsoft. Thank you for making these decisions for me. I sure would hate to decide what happens with my own computer. Thank you. Thank you very much. That kind of confuses me. Like, I get the idea when you'd see like the argument for a few of those things, like, oh, you don't own the Windows operating system. You've just leased it for Microsoft. So they're allowed to make decisions with what happens with it because you don't own it. Whatever that argument is, cool, fine. I'm not arguing it, whatever. That does not mean you get to decide what happens with all the third-party drivers. Like, okay, cool, it's obnoxious. We can host that discussion another time as to what you can or cannot do with your operating system under my control. Cool. You shouldn't be able, that does not extend to you deciding what driver I have installed. I shouldn't have to like bend over backwards to keep the driver I want installed. stop it. I think that's going to be possibly changing here soon, though. Isn't Steam rolling out, like, trying to roll out a Windows competitor? A Windows and Switch competitor? I blame Intel for putting in a driver that just straight up doesn't work. Not when it's recognizing there was an update, didn't necessarily know it was broken. Well, no, there is that. I'm talking about the Windows... I forget the term. It's not the Windows update, but the Windows updater decides that a few of the drivers, it gets to update. Now, I know there are some decisions you can do to make it stop, but they're like not default. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the core chipset drivers, not even the right word, though that's closer. I'm talking about the core ones that Microsoft has deemed that is their responsibility to update on your computer. Like, there should be a question when you install Windows. Do you want to do your own driver, or do you want, or are we allowed to suggest? And suggest is like the worst it should be allowed to do. It should never be, do you want us to update? It already launched. Terribly. Oh, you talking about Windows 11? Dude, like I said, from what I've been hearing, it's well. Like, I don't think I've heard anything too negative about Windows 11, but we've all seen my luck with my drivers and setup in Microsoft. I mean, just look at that graphic glitch I had. I know that if I update to Windows 11, this computer's going to be dead. All my computers will be dead. This isn't even the same computer. All my computers will be dead. No, the Steam machine. Oh, I didn't know that was out. There's been 2 of them. Is there? I know one. Okay, I know the one you're talking about. That one probably was like half doomed to failure. The one I think you're talking about is the initial one where it was going to be a Linux-based system that only worked with Steam. And like you were going to have a thing that was going to broadcast to your TV or something. Wasn't that the original one? I don't know. I can't remember. Nope, that's not a good idea. Stop that. Build construction floor. Build that out first. You're thinking of Steam box, not the deck. Oh fuck! I don't know what Steam's doing. I like that they keep trying. I don't necessarily always keep track of what they're doing, but I respect the attempt. My only if I knew that there was more coordination on Linux for gaming, I would go to it straight up. I would. That's the only reason why I haven't like bit the bait on any of the taken the bait on any of the Steam computer products, is because I'm always just, why do you mean blocked? By what? What are you blocked by? Build construction wall. I'm just not I don't want to get it and then it be stuck to the Linux thing, and then like a new game come out and be like, oh no, that doesn't work on Steam Deck or whatever the term was, Steam Box. Like, damn it. If I just had like a little more confidence that companies would program for whatever would allow that to work, I would do it. Steam Deck is the Switch competitor they're releasing in February that runs a new Linux distro called SteamOS that has Protons in it. Protons don't have Windows Virtual Machine, which is still required to run some games through Steam. What? Hold on. Ow, my brain. Proton, a singular Proton, doesn't have Windows Virtual Machine, which is still required to run some games. I think that's the issue I was just discussing. They're releasing Steam Switch competitor in February that runs a Linux distro called Steam Operating System that has Proton in it. Okay, you're saying the base of Steam OS is this thing called Proton. Proton is what runs some Linux games, but Proton doesn't have Windows Virtual Machine because what, they didn't want to pay the licensing, which makes sense. So there are some games that, because they're incapable of working on Linux and only work on Windows or maybe Mac, they would not work on Proton, which means the thing containing Proton, Steam OS, it does not run in. I think I have followed this from the end. Proton is a Linux system. Proton is a compatibility layer by Valve aiming to enable Windows games on Linux. So it is trying to create the correct calls to make the game act as if it was Windows without actually being a virtual machine emulating Windows. So there are some games that do not respond to the Proton's similar Windows calls because they're not in fact necessarily the actual Windows calls, because if they were the actual Windows calls, that would open up Steam to legal action. So they're trying to do a call that it would respond to, but not necessarily is the exact same call. I think that is what you were saying. I suspect. Build construction floor. All right, now, middle is here. That's the middle of the river, but the best flow, I think, would be on the inside. So I'm going to bring this here, go up north with it, and then here I'm going to dip in one more and come in there with a wall here to divert the water into this. I could try, I mean, just for even's sake, I'll grab the left, but I think once I've walled off the inner part of the corner, I think that'll divert the majority of the pressure over. Most games run, it's the games with anti-cheat that don't work. Makes perfect sense. More reason why we need to get rid of a lot of them. Because a lot of them don't fucking work to begin with. Alright, what did we just get stolen? More plump helmets. Well, this is why I'm trying to get this area walled off. I know. I think. Build chain. No. Chain? Chain. Build a rope. Chain. Over here. And then another one over here. And we'll just start tying up dogs. The big selling point for me is that the Steam Deck will have an unlocked bootloader, so you can just dual boot Windows if you just wanted to and run the games natively anyways. Makes sense. Of course, at that point, you would have to either buy a Windows operating system or you would have to set sail on the 7 seas. Two dogs. What can we use to defend over here? Oh, we have puppies. Yeah, let's tie a puppy up. There you go. Yep, they even advertise it in the press release for it. I mean, that's kind of like I said, that's one of the things that always works for Steam. There are a few things I would like to see Steam get competition on. Not that they're like doing bad things, but when you have no competition, you're never pressured to do unnecessary good things, if that makes sense. So there are things I would like to see Steam get competition on. But for the most part, Steam makes good progress in just being like, our competition's doing it bad, so we're going to do it good. Like, okay. So one of the reasons, particularly at the beginning, where I was like, yeah, hell yeah, Epic Game Launcher. Didn't really have much faith in the Epic Game Launcher. I just thought there were enough competition, it would inspire Steam to update themselves. It's kind of like cheering through Steam for its competition, you know, grow through adversity. But then Epic Game Launcher just didn't. It just didn't. Which is kind of a bummer. Half of that was, as I discussed before, though, on the devs. A lot of the devs just didn't do anything, which kind of like made it pointless. Like, oh, good, you get 1 year only on Epic. Cool. The devs aren't going to release an update during that year, and they're going to release a major update once it's released on Steam. So just wait for Steam. Like that's the dev's fault. I feel like that was kind of scummy. I should see the edge out one. Yep. A lot of this floor is actually going to be removed. Remember, this is supposed to be the open air part of the loop. This is like the outer walled area. This is also supposed to be gotten rid of. I need to get that all the way into the inner loop. But I've got to have things connected to it so the wall doesn't collapse right now. So we're just going to have the floor for now. Though I suppose the areas I've already done it, I could start getting rid of it. There we go. Yeah, it's just not like it's always they always choose the right answer when they have a competitor. That's really what it is. Like I got to give them credit. They're always doing like good choices, things like that. But they're just never inspired to do it until they have to. That's like the one thing. Yeah. Get back to my C block. What's C block? Factorio? I'm cranking out those wood crafts. Oh my god, I forgot about the wood crafts. We still got plenty of wood. Next time we get a merchant, we're gonna be swimming in $5 booze. Factorio overhaul. I got that recently. Well, I mean, I had Factorio. I've started trying to interest like Terramox and or Shadow Fox in Factorio just because Satisfactory is not doing anything. I'm so tired of Satisfactory being like, we updated the train physics again. The train is literally pointless in Satisfactory. I want Satisfactory to continue the development towards the evil thing. The thing you're working against or towards. The plot. I don't need another freaking the train looks nicer update. Why? If you have a conveyor belt, you don't need a train. The trains are not good. I've yet to see anything in that game that has inspired me to ever want to build a train. Yeah, the game. The things update. The game. The game? The things update. I don't know what that means. The game, the things update? What if the big bad was the trains all along? Well, no, like, genuine question. I don't know what, like, flat out. Someone feel free to correct me. I don't know what the point of the trains are. Like, I don't know why such a big, large amount of development time has gone into these trains. They should not be in the game. They're not efficient. There's no point. Remember, this is a game where for free, you can build a conveyor belt and it just transfer shit from point A to point B. A train is good at bundling it up and delivering packages somewhere, but you could also just have a conveyor belt going there and you have a constant supply. Like, am I going to build resources and have to like fuel up a train doing 400 things every 400 seconds, or just pay relatively low amount of resources and never pay any upkeep to have something carried over one thing, but once per second? Like, and this is at the best scale. I'm fairly certain the conveyor belts are like 3 times as fast as the trains. Best scale is that they're even. Why would I pay to research, invest, build a train, build the train system, build the loaders and unloaders for a train, if at best it matches the conveyor belt, which it doesn't? When I could just be like, conveyor belt, Bloop. You start with the conveyor belts. The conveyor belt's the thing you start with in the game. Well, why would I do a train? In Factorio, you have a purpose. Like, the trains have a point. The trains can also shoot things. The trains are, like, you can bring them out somewhere and you have automated bots that can use them as resource nodes. None of that is in Satisfactory. All the trains do in Satisfactory is follow their track and deliver resources. Because they never programmed in the enemies yet. The trains don't do anything. Why would I ever I don't understand. There's nothing for a train to do right now in Satisfactory. Factorio, again, they have a purpose. You can have artillery trains, they bring their own ammo. You can have them do logic. You can have the trains in Factorio do logic and choose where they're going. You can't do that in Satisfactory. You can be like, go to point A, load up, go to point B, unload. Go to point C, load up, go to point D, unload, go back to point A. That's what the trains do. There's no programming. There's no real logic to the trains. They just follow their one track. Vroom. If that's all a train can do, there's no point for it. I don't know why I've occasionally like, oh, look at update 5.3.2.9.6.4. The train station, it clips through walls so you can design your base to look cooler. I don't want my base to look cooler. I want there to be a reason for, like, me doing the base. I about quit the game for fucking 3 months when they did, like, the water physics update. Oh, yeah, we decided that we didn't like the old engine. Okay, cool. So we wanted to change the engine going ahead. All right, fine. What do we need to do on our end? Absolutely nothing. No, you should be good to go. Okay, launch it up. Literally all the power generators fail. Why? Oh yeah, randomly we changed the water physics too while we were at it and none of it works correctly. Like, the water physics is weird. Why? My pipe is filled. My pipe is overpressured. How the fuck is there a water issue? Oh, because you drain the water and then, like, the anti-water void bubble transfers backwards through the pipe or something. Literally, I've sat there and gone back and forth looking at the pipe and just watched this air bubble move in my pipe. Why is there an air bubble in my pipe? What introduced the air bubble? No. Fucking, I don't know. That, like, I had so much hope for that game, and they keep doing updates, and I'm just like, I have no clue what you're doing right now. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's good point for a train in Factorio. I was using those as, like, other things non-logistical. The logistics isn't there in Satisfactory. The conveyor belt beats the train. It just does. The conveyor belt at the top end beats the train. But I was saying, other than that argument, if we took logistics out of it, the train in Factorio still has a point in that it does defense and shit like that. Like, even if I took out the main front of the war of what is the point of this train, which is the logistics, which in Satisfactory fails at. So I'm going to take that war out of Factorio as well. Then what does the train do? The war that the train has already lost. Freaking Factorio train still does defense. Still has, like, logical, not just throughput, but, like, can choose where things are going. Oh, elves, we can't trade with them. Satisfactory, it doesn't do that. I don't understand the point. This train's so fucking slow. No, yeah. So here's the thing. It's not air. That's the thing. Like, all your pipes need to be so fucking leaky for it to work the way it is right now in Satisfactory. So in Satisfactory, each individual pipe segment, not the pipe, each individual pipe segment has a capacity. I'll say 0 to 400. It might be different. Making up numbers as usual for an example. Say 0 to 400. If water goes into it, it fills up. An individual pipe will hold up to 400 water units. Coolio. Gotta love them water units. If there is a pipe next to it with less water units, the water will even out. Okay. You pump in enough water, the water just kind of fills up to like the 400. So the whole pipe has a maximum pressure thing and it's filled. I'm doing positive pressure with the water extractors from the pond ocean place. Cool. Beforehand, that was good. Then, as soon as the update happened, all the power generators started failing because they would suck the water out of the pipe. They'd be like, okay, in order to refill your coal generator, I'm going to take out 200 units of water. Okay, if I have sucked out 200 units of water, I've created a vacuum. Beforehand, it just got auto-filled. You had a thing trying to pump water into it. What happened to the water is it essentially reduced out of the water extractor, the water siphon. It didn't quite work that way, but it was relatively fast. Like if there was just water there, it just filled up. That was it. But then they did an update. And it was like a bunch of updates ago, admittedly. Then they did an update where they switched it over and they're like, okay, now when the thing has extracted the water, that gap isn't just a gap that needs to be filled. Now the void, because it's not air, unless the generator is pumping air into the pipe, it's just a void of the water it took out. Now it has created an air bubble for no reason. And that air bubble would literally just go back and forth in the pipe. Like usually, like let's say a pipe goes in and then at T-junctions. And each of the T-junctions bend off and connects to 4 coal plants. That's how it worked. If this coal plant took out 200 water, I'm way up here, but if this coal plant took out 200 water, it would create like the minus 200 thing. Like I said, down here we go. We have an extra 200. They would negate, calculations done. Kind of like how Dwarf Fortress does it half the time. The one that they had updated to is they were like, okay, now there's a void of 200. The void would move out because this water would update to it. They wouldn't even. The whole water would transfer. And then the void would move. And it would get to like the T-junction. But it wasn't guaranteed to move towards the water source. It might just continue on towards the other coal generators for some reason. And then if one of them needed to refresh their water source, they created a void of 200. So their void would hit the other void and create a void of, like you would have an entire pipe segment with no water in it. So you'd have a full pipe bubble that would just move back down the pipe a little bit. And then now there's no more water. So when the thing down there would consume its water, now there's no water filling it up. So you'd end up like, I kept like, swear to God, I ended up with like half my pipe was just empty of water for no reason and no more water would push through. At best, the bubble would just kind of move towards the water generator, but it'd only be like one segment at a time. It's like the water throughput was so low. It was like, oh, well, no. See, you have to run the water at like, you have to do this and then that. And it's just like, I could understand that kind of if this was a new world or something, or if I could follow the effing logic. But it's like, what did you do? You like literally all my generators just turned off. I had to take out the water, and then basically what I started running on is none of my generators from there on out ever ran at full power. Like even when I went back and played the game again, I just don't run any generator close to like maximum power. I do what the water pipes can provide. I divide it by like thirds and then multiply by 2, basically 2/3 of the total water throughput. And that's what I run all my generators on. I go because I can't guarantee that the pipe will generate its full throughput for absolutely no reason. So I just assume that all the water pipes are at 2/3 throughput. And that is how I've got my generators to run consistently. Because for some reason, the pipes just, a mantis shrimp punches the pipe and the bubble just stays. Like it's a god bubble of the void. I don't understand. Freaking Jimmy Neutron's dad shows up, sends my pipes to the fucking shadow realm, and they just never come back. It's obnoxious. Like I said, I'm waiting for that. The reason why I bring this up is not that like the game is doing bad or anything like that. The issue is because they changed an engine. It's a bug. This isn't a design choice. I think it's just a bug of the way the new engine is calculating things. Because I have a similar issue on the conveyor belts, graphically at least. The conveyor belts used to be you could see every item going by all the time. The new update or the new rendering system, like half the belts look empty. Like the item goes to the belt, disappears, the next belt it shows up again for whatever reason. So clearly it's just a bug because they like just transferred over their code to the new engine. So you would assume, okay, couple bug fixing updates. It's a new engine. I would 100% understand that. The next update's like, oh, we made it so that the train can clip through things. I don't care about the train. Fix the engine. Like, you had a smooth running game. Now we have these weird bubbles and the conveyor belts don't look right anymore. Like, you've made the game a bit worse. I understand. You have to switch to a new engine. Okay, cool. Fix the engine? Hello, friends. Hello, Biff. I didn't know you were a bot. How about that Alona? Air bubbles can't move down. All right. I was slightly confused on your Alona. For anyone who is interested, I think it was Coca-Cola. Were you the one streaming that? There were like 4 of us there. I forget who was actually the source of it. Someone in the Discord was streaming them doing Alona, which is Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode roguelike game? It was being explained to me, but half of it sounded like a drug trip. Yes, to Discord. Only you and... No, it was me, Hellfire, and someone else was there at one point. I think the Chulu was there. Now, admittedly, I think Tachula had to leave by the end of the night. Tachula had, like, sleep or family or something, but Tachula was there. So anyways, not just here trying to complain about development of games. I got on that tangent because you had mentioned Factorio. And I'm now trying to ease my friends into Factorio, but I feel like almost like a bad person because I eased them into Satisfactory. Now I'm basically being like, Satisfactory borked itself, but I want to play this type of game. Do you like 2-dimensional Satisfactory? I don't know. It's Satisfactory just borked itself, and they're just not updating. They're not fixing it. The game works, don't get me wrong. Like, if you were to play now, you'd be like, okay, it's a game in progress. You wouldn't think anything of it. Just like, it's a game in alpha. Makes perfect sense. But like I said, the game worked smoother before. Like, that's what blows me. Like, if the game worked, I would think it would be the priority to make it work that way again. Like, if the game just now got to the point where it is, it'd be like, it's got some... I would be far more, like, nice to it. I'd be like, it's got some weird quirks. They're going to work on it. They're going to get them out. They're going to figure out how to get rid of those. But, like, you had the code. Like, you had this working smoother before. But that would be priority to fix, right? But it still just works, so it's fine. Bethesda rules. Oh my god, I saw a skit about Bethesda recently. It was like the most cursed skit ever. It was a German dude. There was a German dude in the skit, and he was talking about his favorite books, and he just had a bunch of video games. He had a bunch of video games on his shelf, and apparently he was collecting the video games to read their user manuals, thinking the user manuals were novels. And his favorite author was Bethesda and something else, but he mispronounced the other name wrong because it was French. It felt so cursed to watch this. This guy being like, oh, it's my favorite author. Have you ever heard of the noble Bethesda? Oh, such a pure heart. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Bots and blueprints are such a lifesaver. Oh, Archie, you're talking about Factorio. Yes. And also, Factorio has an endpoint. That one still gets me. Earlier thing is the monsters. I mean, what? You gotta have a point to the game. Come on. When the beta came out, it's like, oh, this is a work in progress. These things that whisper to you, and it was kind of creepy. It was kind of cool. I was digging it. That was like 2 years ago, and they still just have those work in progress items everywhere. All right, it's starting to get about time that these objects they probably start doing something. All right, our wood has gone down. No, it hasn't. I'll say because of the guy crafting. We are low on drinks. Glad I caught that this time. Also, do I have enough beds for people? 2 units without bedrooms, 2 unknown bedrooms. Hospital bed would be 1. Hold on, what is going on down here? This one was assigned to Zakthos, which meaning Coca-Cola's bed is empty. Dwarven Child didn't claim one. That's not my fault. That is a hospital bed. And the Necromancer didn't claim a bed. That makes sense. All right. We were good. I had to force him onto it just so it didn't look like someone didn't have a bed. On the right side, everyone is actually mostly intent and well. We don't have anyone going crazy or anything, even though we've spent a lot of time not necessarily paying attention to like their spiritual needs and stuff like that. Boop, ba-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo, boop, ba-doo, ba-doo. What is going on? Caps lock is on. All right, now we need to start trimming out to the inner circle. To here, basically. And then I will do one more so I can put the wall down here. Inside this circle is where we're going to be. Everything between these 2 circles is just going to be channeled out. I don't necessarily want to channel out anything in the inner circle because... Oh, we have migrants now. Because we might just want it to be below ground. Though a lot of it's going to be above anyways because we're 27 layers above where the water even is. This is where we're gonna have a major issue when I have to get through that water. I just thought of that. At some point, we're going to want to punch through that water. And I'm doing a big circle. Meaning at that layer, we're going to have like a semicircular base where the water goes down and we live up here and it just hits the ground and goes out. And then we have like a portion over here that's also the base. We're just going to have like a hollow tube bottom so that we can just divert the water out. Do like a giant, I forget the name of the building. It was in like SimCity 2000, Arcology. Do like a giant Arcology building with like an outer wall. No, it wasn't a song. It was literally just a skit of these dudes talking. Huh. When did you add that type dwarf or dwarf overlay to slide in? What? When did you add that overlay? What overlay? I don't know what he's talking about. I've gotten so confused. Nobody tell him or he'll judge me. Are you talking about the follower thing? Actually, something's not working. It's supposed to say the follower, the subscriber. I think something's not working, actually. Archie 8300 getting dwarf 1. Hold on, before you do that. Migration wave, read, collapse. Latest migration wave had 11 in it. There you go. Now we have more people to give out. And has nickname. You got 1. You are very good at dying. You're just the best when it comes to dying. But that's like all you can do. Aren't you 8,300? So I don't have a proper job for you yet. I'm going to switch you over to be in the Weavers Guild, which, I mean, it's like dying, but you've got the other skills too. That's just going to have to be what we do with you. I think we're getting to the point where I might need to sort Morgan out to just be a military person. I got to be about lat. Then dipped out with all the nope as if I knew I saw it. Beats that fisher dwarf I had before. Actual value. I'll give you that. Especially in this base, since we are not allowed to fish. Fishing has been deemed not allowed by the Council of... I need a good acronym, council. I need a council that ends up being like not a good word. You've been hired by the Council of Regulatory Admission Practices. There you go. Just the first thing I could think of off the top of my head. Probably exists somewhere. Build construction wall. Is this able to go here? Yes. Hold on. I did see one of these earlier, didn't I? Read my dwarf's description by Bastet, Admiral Riley. Who have I killed? All right, Bastet. Bastet 369. You're currently planting seeds. Bastet recently thought, I wish to make something. It's so boring. She thought this because she was unable to practice a craft for too long. We'll probably have to give her freebie woodcrafting or something like that, just so she has something to do. She's very slow to tire and rarely sick. Bastet likes claystone, steel, picture jasper, lungfish tooth, the color emerald. Very nice. We have lots of emeralds on this map. Warhammers, gauntlets, windows, crowns, hammerhead sharks with their oddly shaped heads. The words of the butterfly of poetry, the sound of the lilac of embraces, and the sight of the vigorous right. The sight of the vigorous right. That sounds like a porn or something. When possible, she prefers to consume kakapo, dwarven rum, and rye flour. She absolutely detests leeches. Bastet has an iffy sense for music, a little difficulty with words, quite poor focus, a poor ability to manage or understand social relationships, very bad intuition, and next to no willpower. She dreams of mastering a skill someday. Her fifth toe left foot is broken, and her fifth toe left foot was smashed open. Oh no. All right, let us give Bastet some quick craft abilities. With wood, since that's the only one we have active right now. See if that'll get her to be happy. Oh yeah, you're right. Well, no. I have to go up from it anyways. You have a point. There's no point in going down that entire way. But I will need to go up from this. Not a burrow. Not a root. There we go. F2, zoom here, and the name is template. Because the idea is to make sure that I have the cursor at the exact place it is. So I will need to go up from it. But there's no reason to be going all the way down. Mario just chopping people's heads off. If nothing else, we got rid of shitty flute, and regular sound sense has been working smoothly the entire time. So I think now we should have good audio. I think we have solved that issue No longer a problem. So F2. 4 out. On either side. Goomba stomping a shopper. I'm telling you guys, it is the stupidest. Problem is, I would have to find it by itself. It is the stupidest thing. Oh wait, hold on. I completed your thing. I am refunding the tomb. We're saving. There, push. I have a push command by Coca-Cola from earlier. I must have missed a seasonal change because it says from 2 hours ago. I feel bad. Action cam. Oh, he got another one in. I'll give you the full 10. I saw it. Wait, is it on action cam? It is. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 3, 2. 1, 2, 3, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 5. 3, 6, 1, 2, 3, 7, 1, 2, 3, 8, 1, 2, 3, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. I gave you full credit. Complete. More push for beans. Admiral Wiley wanted to know who he has killed. Because you did get a kill earlier, didn't you? Hopefully the game admits it. Admiral Wiley. You have a credit for that one honey badger you kicked. That's it. One honey badger. What did you kill? I killed me a honey badger. I mean, it's a honey badger. You just slice that with a sword or something. It probably didn't take too long. I kicked him in the head. I'm sorry, sir. Come right this way. What I want to know is, this water has evaporated. This water evaporated. Why didn't that water evaporate? Do the trees reduce the evaporation below them? Aren't badgers OP? Not if he kicks him in the head. That's literally all he did. He just kicked it in the head and it died. I don't know where that report is anymore, though, so you'll have to take my word for it. Oh, God, no. We have a tigerfish? Don't step on it. Oh, someone shot the tigerfish. Does that mean we have a hunter? Oh, God, stop shooting at the tigerfish. How long have you been trying to shoot a freaking tigerfish? Stop it. We need the bolts for hunting. You're not supposed to be a hunter. We're vegetarians. Stop. Urs hunt. No hunt. Especially if you're going to waste bolts on trying to hit a freaking tigerfish. Look at all the durian stuck in there. Look at all the confused fish at the bottom. How did you chase the fish into where there's no water? How is that even possible? Oh, we have our first mood. Drag him in for the win. Wherever he is. Oh, he's not moving. I hate it when they don't move. You wouldn't happen to want to tell me what you're good at, would you? Expert miner. Do you have a skill? How are you going to have a mood if you have no skill? All right, you're having a mood. None of the combat skills makes... You know what? Take combat off. Take off miscellaneous. You don't have a moodable skill. You have mining and growing. How are you going to have a mood if all you are is a grower? You have no skill. You have no skill showing. All right, what is it? Doesn't have a mood. Am I wrong? I thought, is it one word? I thought show mood showed you the mood. Okay, it's one word. You can have a mood for mining? Dwarf Fortress moods. You can't have a mood for mining. This is being recorded. I want to send this video in to someone. Now, I know the actual alert thing is, you could say like, well, that's not the right thing. That's just DFHack. It's just loading it wrong. But he doesn't have a mason skill. He has a mining skill, so that makes sense. He's mooding for mining. Build, workshop, mason. We don't have stone. What is he going to do? We haven't touched stone. All right. I think we have a mason somewhere, don't we? Yeah, Chulu's our mason. Okay. It's really weird. What did it say he wanted? 2 rock boulders. All right, well, we're going to work on this because it should theoretically be easy to do. We can just mine out some stone from here. What is this? Not Gabbro. He says he wants rock boulders. So I'm going to make it be something neato. A neato boulder. Not diorite. I thought we had marble showing somewhere. Am I crazy? I thought we had marble showing. There it is. We do have marble showing. If we mine the marble, he can make an artifact thing out of marble. My other choice is microcline. I think I'd rather something be made out of marble. The excavator is not moving to come down here. Why? Because one of them's in a mood, and the other one has decided that's not his job. Good. Let me guess. I have one pick, and the guy with the pick is the one having the mood. Are you holding on to my pick? No. Well, mind the thing. What do you mean you have no job? You should be able to get over here. You just go up the hill, and we're connected. So you have a point. Hold on. Lock in a GUI pathable. I mean, the wall's going to say no. That's just because you can't walk there. So yeah, you can get there, no problem. No job. Blows my mind. You have a job. Oh my god. Did he just get injured? Did he just get in a fight and get injured? Please tell me he did not just get in a fight and get injured. Where are you? Oh god, he did. He fucking did. What the fuck? Because he fought the honey badger. Okay, let's get some more excavators. Read everyone collapse them. Some of these have got people I didn't hire out. You're a hunter. Congratulations, you're an excavator. 2 green thumbs, lumberjack, master bone, master stone, metalsmith. You two are in the metal guild. I'll turn off the... Oh my god, you're so legendary. Jesus. 1 miner. You're definitely an excavator. I don't know why you don't even have the skills on. There you go. Commit all that through. Can someone go mine? Ah, 2 of them are digging. Fantastic. Why are you green? Monam? What does it mean when his name is green? I don't remember green names. Monam Holroofs. Okay. No, that the first guy just didn't want to do it. Or the second guy, I should say, just didn't want to do it. But this should be enough for our miner. Oh. Got a little Chivo. And Mood Boy is already running down there. Brr, 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 brr. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Zoom here. Build construction floor. A mood for mining, though. Dwarf Fortress. Strange mood for mining. Yes, someone else. I don't think mining is a moonable skill. Mining is a semi-moodable skill. While weaponsmiths will make weapons and farmers will make random wood, bone, or stone crafting, miners and engravers will either go for masonry or stone crafting as their skill when they have a mood. Miners going moody will gain miner experience whatever they may make, though they cannot go 4 levels above legendary. They still get some stat from experience, so they gain some agility. They will mine and walk faster. Okay. So I know this one, because he's possessed, he gets nothing. He won't be gaining anything. I honestly didn't think mining was a moodable skill. That is new to me. I don't think we've ever seen a miner have a moodable skill. Though to be fair, I never actually pay attention too much to what skill is causing it. How did a honey badger steal anything? We've been keeping it all down here. I need bags. We're low on drinks. Build workshop. Clothiers? Ow. Not ow, but it was chunky. We don't have much thread. I never actually moved anything out, did I? And we have 11 units without bedrooms. But I believe I ordered beds earlier. I can't believe that entire thing dried up. The other thing didn't. That's all we have for beds? 3, 7, 8? Okay. Since booze doesn't have a quality, would it be beneficial just turning brew on for everyone, or does speed matter that much? Booze does have a quality, I thought. Why is everyone blowing my mind today? I don't know what type of booze I have. Oh yeah, you're right. There's just no quality to it. Food, like cooking, has a quality though. Never actually thought about that. Dragoman has created Alakalath, a metal grate. I'll take it. She claims that as a family heirloom. I'll read the description in a second. You have half of a point. So what does the brewing skill do? Does it just do speed? I just always assumed you kept the guy on to increase the fucking quality. Or Fortress Brew skill. Brewer. Regardless of skill, they produce 5 units of alcohol. I knew that, as well as the seeds. Because the crop stacking allows them to synergize with highly talented herbalists and growers, and can quickly lead to cluttered stills. A brewer will turn Plump Helmet into Dwarven wine, will turn Plump Helmet into Dwarven wine. Wait, a brewer will turn Plump Helmet into Dwarven wine, and will turn Plump Helmet 5 into Dwarven wine 25. Both actions fill one empty barrel. Oh, okay, if they have more than one Plump Helmet together, I see. Unlike many farming labors, brewing cannot be done without a barrel or pot. Become an issue if you have more food than barrels, as any spare barrels will immediately fill with food, limiting the number of barrels that your food stockpiles in store. Brewing plants always does seeds. Doors of preference for type of booze get happy. Booze has no quality level, but the varied happy thoughts from drinking are derived from an entire stack. Are derived from the value of the entire stack. For each unit of plant. Okay. So, the strength of the thought is off the size of the stack. The size of the stack is not dependent upon the skill of the booze. The size of the stack is dependent upon the skill of the farmer. Because the farmer who brings out 1 unit of 5 plants will create a brewer who will turn 5 plants into 1 stack of 25 booze. That's what does their thought? So then there's no point to have a brewing skill. I mean, there's a point, but it doesn't do much. All right, yeah, no. I did not know that. I thought that there was a compacting or something going on for brewing. All right, well then if that's a thing, you're not wrong. Why don't we just turn it on everyone? Just let who wants to do it have at it. Yay, not the first mood death. Hold on. Broker. Do we have anyone who knows what anything is worth? Why do we never have a dwarf who can see what something is worth? I want a negotiator. I want an appraiser. There we go. I'll grab you. Zakthos. That way I can look at Alakath, the humorous bolt. A marble grate, worth 7,200 dwarf bucks. This is a marble grate. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular marble cabicons. The object menaces with spikes of marble. Wouldn't that mean it didn't work? A grate has to have open holes for the water to go through. If you're filling it with cabicons and spikes, the water's going to get stuck. All right, whatever. That's neato. Considering we are doing water things, what I'll probably have that do is be part of the water system by the migrants. hospital system. Marbly. Build construction wall. Did we say it was 3? Four. Ooh, that gets close. Because up here I didn't account for the corner. It'll get close a few times, but it's not really that bad. Basically, it's just going to look like this. I don't think there's any point there where you could transfer from one wall to another. Unless, right here, can you hang on to one wall diagonally and grab an opposing wall diagonally? That's my only worry. If that can happen, the inner circle will need to shrink by a radius of 2 to pull one off of each side. Kid Fox Games, how's it going? Hi, friendo. Hey, everyone. Kid Fox Games. They do such great games as Dwarf Fortress. I'm gonna say it wrong. I was about to say Boyfriend Hotel. Is Boyfriend Dungeon? Dungeon Boyfriend. Dungeon Boyfriend. Damn it. I've been called out. I look a fool. Boyfriend Dungeon. Why does it sound wrong? Boyfriend Dungeon. Why does it sound wrong to me? And I have a game of theirs I did. I forget the name of the game. As soon as I put on the spot, I have forgotten everything. You are trying to find the demon in cybernetic people. Because Satan exists in the future and you are a robo time-based investigator. I've forgotten the name of the game. It sounds wrong, but it's oh so right. And RNG had wiggly wangs and boobas one of his forts, so it all checks out. I did not have boobas. A circle is not a booba. How are you doing, Kid Fox? I'm probably gonna have to pull off the radius by 2. All right, hold on. New radius happening. I'm just gonna pull. I'm not gonna get rid of all the stuff in the middle because, well, it's just gonna get drawn over again. We're gonna reduce everything by 2. Ooh, that didn't quite go right. Whatever. There would have been 4 points where I think it would have been possible for someone to climb down the outer wall and then like grapple hang in and grab the outer portion of the inner wall. So we're going to do that. And I think last time the radius was 40. So the radius is going to be 38. Meaning this is what I need to go off of. And as you can see, plenty of space this time. However, comma, all the walls we did already are wrong. So all of this needs to go now. The major outer wall is fine. We don't need to change anything on that. So no worries there. I barely started the inner radius. Lucifer within us. Thank you. I was like, I did the game. I don't remember what the game was called. I've got bad memory. Don't hold it against me. All right, we have had a mood. The mood has handled. We need to start digging on the inside. Womp womp. All right, channel all this down. I'm gonna need to get rid of our cart eventually. I've like ignored the starting cart for like a long time. 'Cause I've been trying to slowly get everything. Oh, we never even made the beds. I forgot to assign the beds. All right, that should work. 3, 7, 8. No, we need 2 more beds. We had... Did we have even more migrants since then? We were short by 11. If I'm assuming 1 isn't a couple, we only needed 10, but we only had 8. I think asking for 3 couples is a bit much. I'll just order 10 again, because I think we had a migration wave since then, too. That's what we released before Boyfriend Dungeon. Yes. Okay. Yeah, it said we needed 11. I was banking on us having at least 1 couple in there who will share a bed, reducing it to 10. But if we only have 8 beds, I don't think we're lucky enough to get 11 dwarves, 6 of which are in 3 couples. That's a bit extreme for me to hope for on my luck. But yeah, no, Kit Fox. I would say get dwarfed. You would have, I guess you'd have to get dwarfed off of the company account because you're the, God, my brain. You are the community manager. But I would say I'd put a community manager name in, but then it wouldn't know if you're alive or not. I use a script to keep track of whether or not anyone who is dwarfed is alive or not, so that when I'm doing other games, such as Pathfinder, someone could still stop by if they missed the end of the stream and be like, was I dead at the end of your stream? Type in the script when I'm doing not Dwarf Fortress, and it just, instead of giving them a dwarf, it tells them whether or not they're alive. Hello, random Jabari. You Jabari. If we make step ladders, we can pick fruits from trees for more variety of food. You are right, except for I keep cutting down the trees. But there is no farm way of doing fruit otherwise, isn't there? I need to set up a fruit farm for trees. Okay, I can do that on the roof, I think. I think if you create mud on the surface, I think if you create mud outside, you could eventually get a tree out of it. Because trees just pick anywhere growable. If you create mud inside, you can create a farm, so it's growable. You can grow trees below ground, but those are below ground trees. All right, I'll have to come up with an area where I don't kill trees and just allow fruit trees to grow there. We'll have to cull the trees until we get them into a grid. Right now, though, you do have a point. I shouldn't need to designate a fruit tree for gathering, don't I? I think I'll just do it automatically. Oh, no, you still need to collect plants. We'll make the step ladder. We'll see how well that works. Normally, I just cut them all down. We do have I think rambutan's a fruit tree. Rambutan has to be a fruit because of that weird commercial from Japan. If rambutan can be turned into a milk-based product in Japan, it must be a fruit. So we have citrus trees and we have rambutan trees. Those are 2 fruits that I'm aware of. Can I gather the plants? No. All right. We'll have to figure out the fruit thing in a minute. Oh, wait. No, that's a zone, right? I haven't actually done fruit trees like ever. Gather, pick fruit. That is a zone. I have never actually done a fruit. Jesus Christ almighty. Hello, Stephen Robert 4. How are you doing? No, I'm sorry. CJ. I got that backwards. CJ is... About to say CJ is gonna go freaking crazy and be like, "What did you call me? I'm gonna track down where you live. I'm gonna throw money at you until you repent." The dwarfing is going fantastically. We had a base at the beginning of today's stream that died we were recovering well. We had started with about 120 dwarves, and over the course of 4 months, it had dwindled down to 1 dwarf 3 times because we kept we got a we died down to 20, then we died down to 1, then we got a migrant wave, and we went up to 20. Then we got a trade caravan in who had a were zebra yet again, so they killed us down. So that base had to die. We took some of the rules from the old base. I hear the Dwarvings. We had some of the rules from the old base. I have to do this for the random numbers. That way it's just fair and even. Dwarf 3 for Magna Dracomon. We had to let that one go. So we kept some of the Welcome Stream Magna Dracomon. We kept some of the rules, but we started a new base. So we kept the design everything in circles rule, which I'm going to be working on this time. Instead of connected circles, which we're going to have a few of, it's more a series of major circles as we're developing in our ecology. The internal rooms, though, are still going to be intersecting circles, like how I did the graveyard in the past base. The other 2 rules for this base is there must be a central waterfall, and we're going to be doing a diverse vegetarian diet, i.e. no fishing, because I over-rely on fishing too much, but also no hunting, which means if we ever have bone issues, that's going to be slightly awkward, as we're going to have to do it manually so I can forbid the meat or throw away the meat to prevent us from eating any of that meat. Magna Dracomon, I got you in at 3. Magna Dracomon, you are a woodcutter. No, you're not. We don't do woodcutters. My thing is called a lumberjack. You're a lumberjack. And we got 1 for CJ. CJ the Insane Gifter, you are a medical professional. And it's not going to have it right, but I'm switching you over now. You're a medic. Commit that through. All right, there we go. Anyone else get dwarfed in the meantime? I will find you, and I'll give you so much money. You and your roomie. I don't have a roomie. I swear to God, if I would just bite the bullet and like leave my apartment and go somewhere where I could have a roommate, I would just be fine. Like, I make enough money, so to speak, to like do here by myself relatively well, but not like super well. If I just like went somewhere and split the bill with someone, I would just be fine. Oh my goodness, what did I make? Is my tomb a thing yet? No, I refunded your tomb, Dragomond. You did have a mood, Dragomond. You had a mining mood. You had a mood as a miner, which I honestly didn't think was a thing, but apparently it is. I looked it up. I thought that it had to be a crafting skill to be a moodable one, but it was possession, so you got no experience out of it. But I think you were already legendary anyways. You made Alalaketh, the humorous bolt, which is in fact a marble grate. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular marble cabicons and menaces with spikes of marble. The humorous bolt is a grate that you shoot through. I was looking for a dwarf fortress, however, I have no clue how anything works. Random Jabari, you are in the right place. Ask any question you want, and I will do my best to answer it. Even if it is not something that I'm doing right now in this fort, worst case scenario, I work it into my design. It's one of the reasons why I'm using Lazy Noob Pack. That way you can just download it and I can say this is the exact thing that you should be using. With some of the graphical things to make it easier to recognize what I'm referencing. So if you are stuck at the beginning, I would either you can ask a question and I will do it manually, or if you just want to peruse at your own time, on YouTube I have the College of Dwarfology, where I break down individual topics on how to do the game like in a bubble. This is how you do minecarts. This is how the water physics works in Dwarf Fortress. This is how aquifers work in Dwarf Fortress. This is how you do the military, things like that. If you just want to peruse individual topics, but still learn how to play the game yourself. But again, if you have a question, feel free to ask. Yeah, we have a necromancer for some reason. Calzone ciabatta. I mean, I am an excavator. Cranberry calzones. Guys are like marble. Sorry, but Zach is apparently my partner in this fortress. Who are my dwarves' relations with CJ? Quietly suggest to ask about windmills. Yes. All right. Hold on. Dwarven relations for CJ. CJ. You have an extended family, the majority of which aren't even in this base, or at the very least aren't named. So you have a lot of weird, impronounceable Dwarven names, and even when we go into your cousins, we finally find people who are on the base, but none of them are a named dwarf. So we don't know any of them. You're related to no other viewer whatsoever. You do pray to 5 deities and have a master. You pray, the 5 deities that you pray to are Mamgoz, Ace Webs, the Sir Mystery of Tenacity? The Seer Mystery. I was so close. I don't know how I pronounced that weird. The Seer Mystery of Tenacity, who most often takes the form of a female dwarf associated with fame, rumor, scholarship, and writing. Oh, wrong button. Wrong button twice. Shouldn't have done that. You also pray to Ovus. Ovus Froth Glands, a skeletal male dwarf associated with disease, blight, and death. Zulban Ruled Flag, a female dwarf associated with war and fortresses. Dealer Power Sculpted, the large vigor of breaches. A male dwarf associated with courage. Dealer Power Sculpted, the large vigor of breaches. Sounds like one of those like sounds like an overly complicated like 1980s like adult film name. I'm Deller Power Sculpted, the large vigor of breaching. What? Arel, the Drink of Seals, a female dwarf associated with rivers. Your master. Oh! Our necromancer is your master, so I guess that means you're a necromancer in training? You didn't want to tell anyone? And your only friend is also an unnamed dwarf, so unfortunately we don't know any of these people. All right, hold on. Let me build these beds because I suspect. Wait, what the? How did I do that wrong? I'm staring at it and I did it wrong. All right, let those get built so we can get more people in. I want a tomb. Dragoman. I keep refunding the tombs because I'm not properly in the stone layer. I can't get you a tomb right now. Are you the one I refunded earlier? I'm not in a stone layer. I cannot get you a good tomb. I'm here worried about the bang for your buck. If you're going to be spending the channel points, I don't want to necessarily, like, if it's a suite, technically all a suite has promised you is that it's 2 rooms with the required furniture. So if that happens to be in dirt, then that happens to be in dirt. That's on you for ordering it and whatever. But a tomb requires like engravings, you know, like has to be in the stone. I'm not in the stone. Hold on. I'm currently playing Hearts of Iron to kick the crap out of the Allies because Germany started to start World War II a few years early. Ah, you have historical focuses off. Random Jaber, are you ready? Are you ready for, I think 2 days from now, yes? 2 days from now for not one step back. I'm going to tell you the truth. If I didn't think it would be overtly weird, like if I go through a bunch of the role-playing games on Mondays and get back into doing strategy games on Mondays, there stands a good... Why are you saying I can't build a floor? There stands a good chance that I will start like slipping in like actual war music. Try to see if I can get SoundSense to do war music. We are out of wood because the craft dwarf went crazy. All right, how about this? So you're saying we should hold on to the fruit trees so I can fruit them. I'm going to auto chop dashboard then. I'm going to designate the entire map, but I'm going to say skip the fruit trees. I don't know. I'm just the fruit trees. I'm going to leave the other ones alone. And I'm going to say designate now. There you go. That'll start getting us wood again. The whole map. Wasn't hiding the gym in the KB. Almost made it, but it decided otherwise. I'm currently playing Hearts of Iron. Oh boy, you two will get along. He's in the Hoi 4. Yes. He sold me a dirt sweet. I'm basically waiting right now for that expansion to come out. Like, I love Hoi 4, but I don't want to play it right now because the whole time I'm playing it, I'm just going to be thinking like, the Eastern Front is collapsing again. Man, if only Russia had an expansion right now to try to fend off the Germans. Oh God, I'm bombing their infrastructure into the ground, but they still got supplies. If only there was a train system I could be focusing on. Oh God. So I'm like, I can't play it because the whole time I'm gonna be like, oh, the expansion's about to drop. I just want to play Poland with a redone national focus tree. I am slightly put off though, with the music in Hoi 4. Well, no, with the one that they just showed. One, I can't stream the legit music because even though you can get, I'm forgetting the name of the band right now, the Hoi 4 metal band. They do the World War II music. My brain has not been there today for freaking names. Sabaton, thank you, Sabaton. You can't stream it. You just get freaking copyright hit. It's like, why is this in the game? I don't understand. But then, like, they did No Step Back and they did Katusha, which has been done so many times, and you're expecting like maybe like a semi-metal, like really hard-hitting Katusha. Get me ready to go fucking win the Eastern Front, and that Katusha's weak. The Hoi 4 like expansion Katusha is very weak. You stupid horse. I'm just like, man, this Katusha is kind of bad. Like straight up, I would just like what I'm probably gonna have to end up doing. I'm gonna move everyone over here. What I'm probably gonna have to end up doing is modding, if nothing else, that Katusha out and just getting Girls und Panzer. Girls und Panzer has a better Katusha than the one that they showed in the DLC video. I was like, that's a rather quiet Katusha. I don't even think it had lyrics. Did it have lyrics? I don't remember lyrics. I just wanted to continue Xenoblade. It's coming. It's coming. I've gotten entrapped. I've gotten enraptured and entrapped by the Pathfinder. We have not been attacked by anything yet, unfortunately. We do have quite a few dwarves. We're up to 41 dwarves. I think the first major... Well, not the first major check, but there are goblins near us, so I think we could have been investigated by a skulker at 20, and we just haven't. Part of the problem is we haven't actually gotten a trade out. I think that's keeping us safe, is because we've had a couple of trades. We made crafting gear, but I've never remembered to get the trade off before the caravan left. So I think once we get a trade off, we're likely to see some goblins, if nothing else. This isn't even showing it. This site has gobos nearby. At least it did earlier. I think the place where left did, but I don't think I actually verified this place had goblins, did I? I hope we can get goblins. We should be. Like right next to us, like not right next to us there was goblins, but like a square over, there was a thing that said a neighbor was goblins. So I just assumed one square over would also have goblins, but I guess there has to be a line somewhere. Hopefully there's goblins near us. Yeah, we just keep getting attacked by honey badgers stealing our shit and a eagle. We've been scared off by an eagle a few times. Drop a fat one on me. That's me buffering. Yes, I don't know what you're talking about. Not really that I know. So there was an attack. The best moment, Girls and Panzer Katusha, humming Katusha inside a Katusha. Exactly. Exactly. You got to have Katusha if you're going to be having Russian. But no, like I said, the one they have is just like really muddled, which is weird. It's a war strategy game. putting in as an advertisement a war song. You would think you would be done with like the exuberance that a war song is done with. I'm just waiting for them to drop the expansion that we have all been waiting for a long time. That's right. Texas gets its own personal national focus tree. Where's the Texas national focus tree? Hold on. Same as usual, I'm going to ask them for vegetables. I never end up trading for them, but the raspberries, the cranberries, we're skipping strawberries. We're getting cucumbers, watermelons, and pineapples. Then we can have as a war song the Yellow Rose of Texas. I don't see what's wrong. It'll all work out perfectly. Oh yeah. It's supposed to be basically a vegetarian base. So I'm supposed to turn off fishing and hunting. But one dude came in with hunting and just started laying into a tiger fish down here with bolts, but he never killed it. I think it just swam away. So we have a bunch of bolts stuck at the bottom of the river now. Oh, I'm sorry, Azrakhan. Did you get dwarfed? Where did you get dwarfed, Azrakhan? I'm so sorry. I think you missed my dwarf. I need OBS to do better at highlighting things. Thank you so much. Yep, I see it here. You shall be dwarf 1. Did I dwarf someone else and think it was you? Because, like, you didn't even have anything near you. Oh, you were the guy I said, I will get you. Then I looked. I think I saw someone else and assumed that it was responding to the hello, not a dwarfing command. All right, Azrakhan, I've got you. I'm so sorry. Azrakhan got dwarf number 1. Azrakhan. Azrakhan, what are you? Literally just a hauler. You're nothing. You have no stats that your guy has experience in. All right, that might change at some point. You might just be a child or an ex-child. A grown child, a child veteran. What do you call? There's just called an adult, isn't it? Shut up, chat. Shut up before I hear it. I hear it in my head. Shut up. Shut up. We're not talking about that. Azrakhan, where? Fuck, I've lost you again, my dude. Your name blends into the background. Where did Azrakhan go, saying that I missed him? A-Z-R-A-R-A-K-O-N. There you are. Hold on, let me zoom this down to catch up with chat. What do you mean you did spend some channel points? I did yours, CJ. I've done all your things. For the most part, anything in the channel point thing I've been keeping up with. Even the remade American Focus Tree and Man to Guns was disappointing. Yes and no. You can do some real goofy with the American Focus Tree. Also, thank you for following. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to catch up. No, he came after me. Not something to be so proud of. I just tried the Lay's dill pickle chips and they're quite sour. It's because they're amazing. Yout. A yout. I think it's called a man-child. Dwarf 3 for DV music. Okay, I'm almost caught up with chat. I need everyone to quickly stop talking. Just think to yourselves for 5 minutes so I can figure out what's going on. Yeah, he's a bone master, everyone. DV music is a master bone. Don't question him. Did I spell his name right? No, I spelled him as DV Muddick. Don't question DV Mudik. DV Mudik's about to end your life. Don't question DV Mudik. You're gonna have a problem. I wanted the description. I did your description. You've yet to do description. Did I? Oh, I did your relations. Then you put in description and I got rid of both. Okay. CJ the Insane Gifter recently thought I was caught in miasma. How disgusting. Where the fuck do we have miasma? CJ the Insane CJ is flimsy. The Insane Gifter likes allanite, nickel silver, tube agate, macadamia wood, sea nettle jellyfish, leather coral, the color saffron, warhammer squirns. We're going to be doing milling in this base. Earrings, the sound of the lilac of embraces, and the sight of the great ability to focus. The sound of the lilac of embraces and the sight of the cyclopean larks. when that was so, when possible, she prefers to consume mead, though she absolutely detests bats. She has a great ability to focus, great analytical abilities, very good sense of empathy, a good memory, and a way with words. But she has an iffy sense for music and a large deficit of willpower. She dreams of creating a great work of art someday, and she personally views loyalty unfavorably. Oh, the dead horse. We don't have a refuse pile. Dead horse be dying. There you go. Actually, that should be up here. That might solve a few issues. All right, no more dead horse. Oh, God help, they're so sour. Yeah, that's because they're good. Yeah, I saw one, and then I glazed over. Was like, CJ, yeah, I did them. CJ spent points and went to the bathroom. Oh, God help, they're so sour. It's like pickles. So DV music is a boner. Rub some bacon on it. Do we have a Joey? No, we don't have Joey Bag of Donuts. That's not even the right term. I just went to like Texas Joyzy. We don't have Joey Bag of Donuts, but we do have a Morgan. Master Boner DV Muddick is my Czech cousin. For chat. Good night, all. Have a good evening, Hekios. Stay safe. I expect you to be healthy when I next talk to you. Rub some bacon on it. No. We also have a delayed healer. You mean delayed healer? Oh, the necromancer. I thought you were still talking about like Joey Bag of Donuts. I'm like, I'm Joey Bag of Donuts, Morgan, Brookins, Southern. I'm like, fucking Oracle Turret. I'm like trying to think of the different voices and characters. I'm like, who the hell's a delayed healer? All right, hold on. From here up. Is it gonna be here? Just literally this outer lip? That's kind of funny. All right, I'm gonna trim out one on each side, make them be walls, then do the inner. A necro in training. Make the necro a doctor. He is, actually, drag him in. He is. If we look up necrawl, don't lie to me. How do we have multiple? How do we now have multiple necromancers? We don't have a library. Oh, God. Dwarf Doctor Necromancer, Dwarf Azrakon, by the way. So the thing lied. The thing lied. The thing was like, Azrakon, he's a peasant. He has no discernible skills. Azrakon, what do? I do nothing. I just wander around seeing what piques my eye, and I collect little gifts and bets. Oh, what kind of bets do you collect? What kind of bets do I collect, you ask me? I merely collect the corpses of the fallen. The corpses of the fallen?
Yes. I collect all the corpses, and I make them dance. I make them dance under a moonlit night.
That's Azrakon. Azrakon the peasant with no discernible skills. All right, so we have 3 necromancers now, I guess. Cool. Even if you brought a book, we don't have a library. He taught him the secrets. Like, how would he be teaching other people? We don't have a library right now. Hell, I haven't even set up guilds. Oh, also, someone's getting moody. Hold on. Uh-oh. Someone is not liking the bliss I've been creating. Unable to pray. All right, I was expecting that at some point. That one's on me. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to do much, admittedly. I'm just going to create a temple, middle of nowhere, to be like, hey, this is definitely for prayer. Add location, temple, to no specific deity. The Sprayed Whispers. That kind of makes sense. This is where water's going to be going, and you just talk to anyone, really. Citizens and long-term residents only. The Sprayed Whispers. Boo-doo-doo-doo-boo-doo-doo-boo. God, I hope not. Well, that's giving... Oh, I didn't think about the fact that that's going to make him keep traveling past the Hole of Doom. Well, let's hope nobody ever falls down the Hole of Doom. You know, with all of that movement, as long as nobody ever decides to dodge into that hole, we'll never have a problem. Where's the carpenter? I need 3 grates. Because that's death waiting to happen. Fill construction floor. Boo-doo-doo-doo-boo-doo-doo-boo. That's how you get NTDs. NTDs? Non-fungible denominations? So NFTs are a scam. Welcome to your latest Dwarf Fortress chat. NFTs are an effing scam. This is when Kid Fox is going to reveal to us that there's going to be a Dwarf Fortress NFT. Why would you talk badly about the Dwarf Fortress NFT? We've been talking about this forever. It's going to be great monies. Boo, be doo 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 doo. All right, some of this can start being pulled back. I didn't need these. I'm going to do it today so I don't risk people dying. Sharing is sharing. Did they recite the book in the tavern? Is that possible? Because don't bards and stuff bring their poetry books and recite them? Yeah, but I don't have a tavern. I never set up a meeting area yet. Like, I mean, I have a meeting area, but it's not official. Oh my God, I forgot the merchants again. God, am I bad at this? Shit. Oh wait, are they elves? Okay, no, they're not elves. Build chest. I've actually, as a matter of fact, just now remembered to put a chest in there to put the mugs in there. Because that's supposed to be the workplace. This is supposed to be the base. CJ, do you remember the last fortress of all necromancers we had? Was it the Chulu that, like, killed all of our frames? The one thing that couldn't be rezzed? He just kept rezzing everybody's individual body parts. Like, we've done that. We've lived it. Necromantic transmitted diseases. But yes, NFTs are a scam. Most pumping up NFTs are stolen copyright, like the new Shark Girl coin. I don't know. Maybe the Necros sit it down and they read it. Like, that's so beyond even what I'm trying to discuss, though. Like, not even whether or not they're copyrights or something like that, or whether or not it's a pump and dump or it's not a pump and dump. It's a JPEG. I'm going to be one of those people. I'm going to be one of those people. I don't know if some of you are against that, and if I am, I apologize for making you feel uncomfortable. Maybe your JPEG of a poorly drawn clown is worth $20,000. But it's a JPEG. I'm not even going to be like, anyone could right click and click save as, because I kind of understand the idea that it comes with a certificate of authenticity, that one is yours. picture. Whereas, so what you're trading for is the certificate of authenticity. You don't just remove the middleman. Just have little, you've paid me $20,000 for a key. It doesn't need to be a picture at that point. It's like how modern art has been proven time and time again to just be money laundering. It's a picture. It's not even a good picture. At least have a decent medium. Like, it's just a scam. There's no way legit anyone is looking at that picture and being like, oh yeah, no, $20,000 for the JPEG of the monkey hitting the blunt. That makes sense. No one should see that and be like, oh yeah, no, those are clearly worth a lot. You should go, oh, money laundering. Because it's not worth anything. Doesn't even have to be a pump and dump. You're literally just waiting to see who gets stuck with the bill. Like, even the ones that aren't pump and dumps, it's like, at some point, no one's trading for it anymore. As soon as no one trades for it, it's kind of pointless. Like, it'd be the same thing as being like, Beanie Babies. Beanie Babies are a scam. If you knew someone who thought Beanie Babies were really fantastic and they paid hundreds for Jerry the Giraffe or whatever the hell they're called. Really? You saw Beanie Baby and you thought it was going to be worth a lot in the future? That was proven after the fact, by the way, to actually just be a complete and total scam. They were like, oh, you know, these ones are rare and those ones aren't. No, it's because it was like proto-internet. They just shipped the giraffes to one part of the country and like the gorillas to another part and the frickin' cats to another part. That way, like, there was always an area that didn't have one of them. So in a region, that one would appear rare. But if you went like 2 states over, it was like super common. So some people made money off of it because they kind of saw what was happening and they just drive back and forth across the country. They'd buy the Jerry giraffes in freaking California and sell them for like 19,000 times the uptick over in Florida. That's all this is. It's the exact same thing. And it's a JPEG. Like, that, nobody could just see just a goofy, shitty online pic and be like, oh yeah, no, that's worth a lot of money. Saw a news thing where I think it was in England. They're like praising this child for being like this great entrepreneur and, you know, making so much money because they made, I don't know, I can't think of what they made. I'm just gonna keep saying monkeys for everything. They made a freaking money picture NFT, and then like they all sold out for like a grand total like $40,000 or something like that. It's like, okay, you know that you're just enabling this, right? Like I'm just waiting for this kid a couple years from now to somehow get hemmed up in like some money laundering scheme. Like if the kid doesn't understand what just happened, then the kid's going to think that they did something correct and do it again. And I mean, think about it. Like, let's say the kid just keeps doing it. Like the kid makes buku money. And you're like, oh, the kid's such a fantastic entrepreneur. And I'm nothing against the idea, don't get me wrong. But either the kid knows that it's money laundering, or you're inspiring the kid to keep doing NFT shit. And at some point, they're going to get caught money laundering. Like, at some point, the law will catch up and you're just going to be in trouble. It's not. I can understand kind of with coins. Like, as an interim currency. Because it literally does not exist. You are just stating that at this point, it's like the stock market. You're just saying this coin is one stock of the Bitcoin total thing, and each stock is $3,000. So this Bitcoin's $3,000. I can understand that. But the idea of anyone attributing that much worth to a JPEG is the most absurd thing. I'm waiting for art thieves to start breaking into people's houses and just like download the security certificate. Like the guy's reporting it to the cops like, I lost my one-of-a-kind monkey. And the police like, what does it look like? He goes, it looks like this. And he just literally just shows the picture of it. And they're like, so you have it? They took the security certificate that proves it's my monkey. Now I'm just like everyone else who copied my picture. It's blowing. It is mind-blowing. It's a JPEG to prove the person that owns it. They basically took the blockchain, which makes crypto able to exist, and applied that tech to... Yeah, exactly. Like, it doesn't do anything. Like, it's just like, why are you pretending that this picture is worth much? It's not. That picture is... That's the thing that gets me. Again, if someone just wants to have a thing, it's like, okay, this is just my version of the stock of the whole thing. Fine. Whatever. But please stop claiming that picture is worth money. No, it's not. No, the hell it's not. The green monkey is not worth any more than the red monkey. That is the non-fungibleness of the non, like, is what drives me bonkers. That monkey is nothing special. It's a picture, just like the rest. Went to the site, and when it was, you could buy photos of every free throw, shot, rebound, act. I was out. Yeah, that's what I'm like. That's so weird. And especially for something like that too, because wouldn't the market keep getting diluted? Like, either it doesn't do anything or it does. Either way, you have a problem. Because they were like, oh, that was the greatest free throw sports player X ever did. And then the next game, he does one that's better. And it's like, oh, sorry, this one is now the best. And yours just immediately disappears. Like, yours becomes utter garbage. Oh, good. Like, if that's an NFT they have, like, I'm being serious here, wouldn't that kind of promote, like, sports players, like, murders and shit? Like, I'm being serious. If you have an NFT based upon the actions of a sports player, it's like how art becomes worth more when the artist dies. In that case, the artist is the sports player, and he's making more NFTs of what he's doing. If the sports player randomly, dies in an accident or whatever, he can't be doing anything else. And also, it's like, oh, everyone now knows he won't be doing anything else. So that NFT of the free throw on the second Tuesday of the third solstice or some crap, whatever the hell, suddenly becomes like the only one, again, assuming, which I'm glossing over at this point, that the pictures are worth anything, which they're not. But in this particular thought process, wouldn't you then want to remove the dude so that your NFT becomes either locked in price or worth more? Right? I feel like the NBA literally just decided to hire people to murder their sports players. Well, no, okay, that's weird. They didn't hire people. Put bounty on their heads. That would be the easiest way to word what I'm thinking of. But that's what I'm saying. Like, normal art is like bad, or at least normal art isn't bad. The market for modern art is bad. I'll word it that way. But you have the exact, like, at least then, like, it's an art. Like, it's physical. Like, that is it. That is literally It's the art. It has it. Again, at least at that point, it's still being used as like a medium, I guess, of worth. It's insured. It's a physical thing. I don't think you can insure a JPEG. With crypto, it's at least mostly untraceable money. That's my point. Like, the whole thing is clearly just money laundering, which, okay, fine. You know, I'm a self-identified lawful neutral person. In that regard, I don't actually care who's using the money. It's just that everyone is claiming that that's not what it is. And it so very clearly is. That's the part that's getting me. Like, it's money laundering. Oh no, it's money laundering. Like, at least like the Bitcoin and the meme coins and stuff like that, like there's a chance that maybe someone could get money off of it or something. Like, okay, cool. You know, like, again, I'm just treating that one like it's a stock market. Makes sense. Whatever. It's just whatever people are saying it's worth, you know, I'll just go with it. But with the NFTs, Dead by Daylight got in trouble for NFTs with the most convoluted setup that I've ever heard of. And it was just like a picture of a Pinhead. Whatever his name is. The puzzle box demon dude. Don't be shedding light on my Kobe Bryant NFT scheme that crashes 100% flip art. But that's what I'm saying. It's just weird to me. I don't understand it. Like I said, if you're just, I would honestly rather. Oh, Dominic got me. I tried looking. I tried being like, well, there's not one there. Oh well, but I looked and there is. I would literally just rather, like, if every company did their own version of a meme coin, basically 2 different types of stocks, I'd be like, all right, whatever, cool. Stupid, but whatever. But the NFT launching thing is baffling to me. Hold on. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 3. Don't jump. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 4. 1, 2, 3. 4. I tried hopping over and I like nearly snapped all my arms. I would not suggest doing that. Now, from a legal stance, from like the company side of this or whoever, if someone's doing an NFT by itself, that's not part of this particular part of the conversation, to be clear. But the companies, like the gaming company that did the Pinhead NFTs, which wasn't actually Dead by Daylight's behavior. It was whoever had the rights to Pyramid Head. Whatever. Whoever did that NFT, or if a company does a meme Dogecoin sort of thing, I genuinely think they should be sued by like the government or fined a shit ton. Because a lot of these, or if they're public, Steam, in my head, Steam would be allowed to do it, but Apple wouldn't. If you're a public company, if you're a tradable company with stocks, you have to follow certain regulations for how you work with your stocks and reporting and finances and accounting and all that good jazz. But NFTs, Dogecoins, meme coins, things like that, they're just basically a secondary version of stocks. It's just a new, less traceable stock market. So if a company, like whoever did the frickin' Pinhead coin, they're a publicly traded company. So they've done the things where like, oh, here's all my stocks and I'm following the proper business practices, blah, blah, blah. And then randomly they're just now, I guess, technically allowed to be like, oh, by the way, I made up super, super imaginary bullshit stock I'm going to sell to people. You can't do that. But now they're like, oh, but each made up super imaginary bullshit stock has a different color behind Pinhead. One's blue, one's red, one's green. My stock is super great stock because it's non-fungible, meaning you shouldn't find the shit out of me. Like, no. You are doing stocks. Choose one, choose another. Steam, I think, has stocks, but it's not a publicly traded company. So I don't think that they'll, like, fulfill any of the legal requirements. So I think, I mean, it'd still be a shitty thing to do, don't get me wrong, but I think Steam would legally be, wait, hold on, 322, would legally be allowed to, off of my opinion. Legally, they just do whatever the hell, any company just does whatever the hell it is that the government doesn't sue them for. But if you're a publicly traded company, that's, like, I would, if I was in a position, I would be like, oh, okay, so you're trying to get around rules and regulations. Like, I would just immediately audit that company like 3 times. I would just keep auditing them till I found how they were lying. Like, oh, okay, go away. Like, if you are willing to be so brazen and trying to get the regulations for how stocks and stuff work, you're doing something else behind the scenes. Like, this is how brazen you're public you're going to be about it. You're doing something else. You just are. Cloth bag. I'll make 4 cloth bags. What do I have going on for plants? Prickleberries. Shit. How am I doing on drinks? None. I don't know how long I've been out for. Hellraiser. Bitcoin with its ups and downs, but I believe it will always be the most prevalent. That's because, I mean, Bitcoin is the only coin that, like, how do I word this correctly? It was accidentally a criminal enterprise, or like every other coin, literally every other coin is just like, oh, this is a criminal enterprise, but it makes money. Maybe we too can be a criminal enterprise. Like all of them, even Doge, even ones like, oh, we're going to be funny. You know, someone on that team, whoever had the know-how to set up the coin was like, yo, man, Doge, right? Weed use Bitcoin. We'd love Doge. Dogecoin. Weed. Like, you know someone who knew how to set it up was like, what if we were the primary transaction for, like, goobers? That's really what it comes down to. It's penny stocks. A lot of the coins are penny stocks. Are like, that's basically it. They're penny stocks without the regulations. Don't get me wrong, you can make a bunch of money on it. And some of them, especially the longer lived ones that have proven that they're not set up to be a scam, they do relatively well. NFTs don't even have that. Like there's the brighter side, I'll say the gray area, like okay, this is slightly on the up and up, though we can all agree that it's definitely making most of its profit off of money laundering. But no, there are people involved that are on the up and up, following it. Cool. Whatever. Have fun. That is not NFTs. That is not NFTs. There's no way that is. Yeah, but here's the thing with collectible digital cards, Dragoman. You don't have to buy them. See, that one, I will say, I'll countenance an argument that it's in the gray area because it's with the card packs. It's basically gambling, things like that. I could see that. I'm not arguing against that thing. But from the Steam's point of view, they're not selling you the cards. The game developers, when you play their game enough, has random cards, and then you can trade it to other people, or you can sell it and buy it from other people. And Steam just says, hey, if you're going to sell or buy this card from other people, we want like a very small amount of that. So Steam's not the one controlling the market. Steam's not controlling the source of the digital cards. Steam's like not manipulating that market. Steam, however, is creating the market, and if you so happen to have to give the money for it, well, then that's your fee for doing the market. Again, you can argue how dark or light the gray area is there, but I will give that's a separate thing entirely. An NFT is, I have made these NFTs. Who wants my set of 20 game cards? These are the only cards I swear I'm ever going to make. It's the same picture horribly drawn 10 times with a different background. Also, BT dubs, as we saw with that one like 2 weeks ago, like, oh, if you buy into this, you're going to need another coin or something to sell. And then now that you've given me all the money, I'm taking the money and running. Like, you've brought all the money into the person. Whereas in something like the Steam marketplace, they're like scalping off the top, or wherever the hell the term is, but the money is between other people. Now, are those people scam artists and stuff like that? Yeah, probably, maybe. Steam's greatest, and this is allowing the market to exist, but Steam's not the one in direct control of it. Not everything is you just pay me and I swear I'll give you the stuff later. Two different things, but I would say the Steam one's a bit more on the up and up. Like, I wouldn't hold anything against that one. That's just business. NFTs, I have no clue why anyone buys them. Like, no, that's not good. Needs empty food storage. All right, so I did a bag, and I think that's what happened is I did a few bags and they compressed a few seeds. When they compressed the seeds, I lost a few barrels. When I lost a few barrels, I'm going to try to make a few more bags, actually. Or pots. When I lost the pots, I can't do the brew. Because I couldn't do the brew, we have an issue. So I'm going to make a few wood pots. Let's see if that'll help me get my booze back up. Someone's fishing. Oh no. I don't know how you know that, but I'll take your word for it. Cast. There is someone fishing. But we didn't have a fish cleaner, so it's just mostly pointless fish. Oh, they're taking up the barrels. I see what you're saying. We'll need to sell that at some point. I was on an email list. I was sent an alpha build of Bitcoin. Got a free amount and solicitation to send $20 to buy more. That was a scam and I lost a wallet with the free amount. Oh, I'm so sorry, DV. There's something catching northern swamps. Who's trying to catch stuff? I have stopped them. We have stopped the horrible people who have violated our rules of vegetarianism. I've said that horribly wrong. All right, so it went 3-2-2, 3-2-2, 1-1-1-1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, and after that was a 2, and then a 2. Oh, that's how you knew. Gotcha. But yeah, no, that's especially like genuine question. Have you guys even like you've heard of them, but have you seen an NFT? Genuine question, because this is what I'm talking about. This is why I'm like that. There's oh, this is worth $20,000. If you told yourself that. Images. Here we go. Yep. Cool. This is an NFT that Stephen Curry purchased. Apparently. That's what this one thing is telling me. I don't care. Add window capture. There you go. I don't know, $20,000. You guys think? Would you pay $20,000 for that? Because apparently that's what that. I don't know how much that particular one's worth, but some of these are selling for tens of thousands. Do you think that's a $20,000 picture? Like I said, they're not like grandiose pictures. They're just like someone sketched a monkey. And like if you look at a different one from that set, it's the same monkey, but it's got like different clothing on. Someone just sketched a monkey once, pastel colored it, probably have like some weird overlay like shirt, other shirt, baseball cap, cigar. Like someone made the entire set in like 2 hours and then sells individually for thousands. People are like, oh, this is the greatest investment.
I'm building an artifact. Give me the workshop.
Jesus.
Give me the workshop. Give it to me. Give it to me.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. They're ugly as... Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they're not even good. There's no way someone other than saying this is an NFT, no way anyone looked at that picture and was like, why did this not get done right? Hold on. There's no way. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it was a 2, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a 2. Yeah. No way someone looked at that picture and was like, yeah, I'll pay tens of thousands for it or whatever. Hold on. I keep bringing up 20,000. Someone made a comment that I've not seen one worth that much. Let me see if I can figure out what the hell I'm talking about. NFT. See if I can find one. I could have sworn I read about one going for 20,000. Oh, there we go. What's the picture? Oh, I'm sorry. It wasn't a picture. Artist Dr. Troller sells $20,000 of NFTs in 20 seconds. He sold 40 pictures at $500 each in 20 seconds. Yeah, he did alligators. Hold on. Same thing as before real quick. Bear with me. Properties. There you go. Like I said, they're clearly all the exact same core thing. You just recolor. Like you don't have to even redraw it really. He made 40 of these pictures. Sold them at $500 each. $20,000. There's no way anyone buying any of those pictures was like, yes, this is $500. There's no way. There's no way anyone looks at that and goes, that's worth 500. That'll keep its price. Makes no sense.
A baby's been born.
FaZe Bank sells NFT. He sold it for over 5. So yeah, so someone does pay that much. What the fuck is a FaZe Bank? That's what I'm saying. Clearly, it's just being used for laundering. But my point is, like, some of the people, like, you'll see, like, was it the news? I saw, like, a news thing that was talking about it. I was like, oh, it's like the new investment opportunity. And I was like, what the what are you talking about? What the hell is for pixels? I don't know what the hell a Google phase is. There's a mood. Just Google what I wrote, lols. First article has a tweet about it. Oh my God. Hold on. Look, I'm trying to get these walls done. Cancels brew drink from plant. I'll deal with a little over 160. That's a good amount for now. Hold on. FaZe Bank. FaZe Banks? What the hell's a FaZe Banks? FaZe Banks NFT. What the hell is that picture? A crypto punk. It literally looks like an 8-bit sprite. It's literally just an 8-bit sprite. I'm about to recolor a Mario sprite and sell that shit as a crypto. It's just a recolored sprite. There you go. That little 8-bit picture supposedly sold for, what did the article say? a profit of 250,000. He sold it for 379,000. Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. That's not sketchy at all. I routinely buy sprites for $500,000. I'm like, Jesus Christ, is that 48 by 48 pixels? Oh, the graphical fidelity. Like, at this point, why don't you just sell pictures? Just take a picture of a fucking flower and then kill the flower. And then be like, that flower is never going to grow again. There's a genuine NFT. There you go. Boom. Literally, this flower is dead. You cannot have another picture of this flower. If you're doing something that's like those pixels, like not even the right click and copy it thing, you can just make the picture. It's not that many pixels. It's not. It can easily just be redone, even if you're ignoring the copying thing. And that flower is dead. That flower ain't coming back. Just cloud NFT. Just take a picture of a cloud. Clouds change. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Boom. Clouds. Doom, boop, be-dee-dee-dee-doo-dee. Now, don't get me wrong. If any of you are interested in making NFTs, I mean, you're a scam artist, but go ahead and make the money. The thing that annoys me is the people thinking they're worth shit. Like, whoever made it, I mean, whatever, I guess he tricked people to giving him fucking hundreds of thousands of dollars. Good on him, I guess. They're about to, like, get rid of the floor beneath themselves as they're standing on it. Stop before you all die. Jesus Christ. But, yeah, no. It's so stupid. That is just I don't understand. Yeah. Scrub, take video, and use the frames as pictures. That's what I meant, lol. I just didn't say it correctly. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's the thing now. Like I said, if did you just drop that wood down in the water? I swear it looked like he did. Please. Oh, I'm gonna buy this. No. Please don't. 2, 3. I mean, like I said, if even that child can make thousands of dollars, cool. Like I said, my big worry on that though is that the kid is like, I genuinely wonder if the kid knows what just happened. Like the kid, like I said, especially if like the England news is covering, it's like, oh, he's such a great entrepreneur. Like if that kid's gonna eat, like, I don't know if I would be more worried that the kid doesn't know what happened and then gets in trouble later for a different but similar project for money laundering or whenever this shit ends up cracking down, or if the kid at some point later does learn what happened and then just gets heartbroken because it's like, no, dude, your art was garbage. Nobody thought it was worth anything. Like, I don't know which one would be worse. Because question, right? On copyrightness, because the idea is that it's non-fungible, is the base framework a copyright? Because the idea is that it's basically a coin, right? Coins are coins. Like, you can't be like, well, my coin's a circle, so you can't have a circle. So that 8-bit whatever the hell's going on is, other than the individual NFTs, is the base idea of the dude a copyright? Like, could I just do the dude in the middle but put on 20 more sets of clothing myself and be like, this is the fungible plus version of them? Like, that's my point. The whole legality of what the hell a non-fungible token even isn't there. Makes no sense. Yeah, like I said, I mean, what I genuinely think happened. Oh my God, they're gonna try to kill each other again. What I genuinely think happened there is somehow the word got out for the kid, like, oh, he's gonna do this. There's some local drug dealer who like knew the family or something like that. Like it was a plan set up, like the dad or something. The dad's like, hey, I got a plan. Not only are we about to launder all this money, but, and hear me out, I'm gonna get the community to say like, you're an amazing person. Because people have been laundering money for like ever and ever and ever. There was this dude, it's a well-known thing. I'm just gonna scrub all the information. There may or may not be a guy who may or may not have done things with money. I may know a guy who knows a guy who knew a guy that I talked to once. We'll go with that. He would make the money through whatever means he was using to make the money. And then once a year, they would just go to the casino. And then they would just lose like $1 million at the casino. Making up numbers here, obviously. Lose $1 million at the casino. But then when he left the casino, he would just tell the IRS that he won $2 million. If he put $3 million on the line of unwashed currency that he had not yet reported, and then left and put $2 million in the bank, he then just goes, oh, I won $2 million at the lottery or at the casino. And the casino made $1 million on that. Like basically it's like a freebie way of paying taxes without having anyone look into where the fuck you got the money from. What's the casino gonna do? Fucking go forth and argue it? The casino's not gonna want to get rid of the $1 million it just made. As long as there's enough in it for the casino will say whatever the fuck you tell them you just did. Like, it's not a problem. I did use the granite grate as part of the waterfall system. That's this one right here. That's why it's gray. Or the marble grate. Yeah, it's right here. That's we have the meeting area, the temple right next to it. So I mean, money laundering's, it happens and it's always going to happen. But this NFT thing is like a step beyond. It is mind blowing. But no, just, oh my God, it's worth so much. No. Like, I know I keep coming back around to that, but that statement literally like hurts my soul. Hold on. That's the 2. That's the 2. You connected that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Something's wrong. I counted wrong. It went 3, 3. No, it went 3, 2, 2. Two. Then it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two. 1, 2. The 2 shouldn't be connected here. This is the one that's wrong. Because the water needs to be coming in. These 2 walls aren't supposed to be there. But, oh wait, no. The other wall I think does need to be there. That's not the one that needs to go away. This and this need to go away, as does this floor. That floor can wait. Those are the ones that need to go away. I think the water will get slightly narrow, but it'll go through. Can we grate our commutative yuccas on it? Yuccas. Commutative? But sire, go ahead, lol. Communicative. Communicative diseases. Great, I'm gonna whack my balls with a rocket shooting RC car. Okay then.
You need to build me some
If that is what you wish to do. Didn't we have someone to have a mood earlier? We have a book. Did someone have a mood and go crazy? I just remembered someone had a mood. Oh my God, someone's in the middle of having a mood. Art wants a carpenter's workshop. He's missing a rough gem and yarn cloth. Oh God. Oh God, Art. Art, buddy. Buddy, you just keep sticking around. Ooh. And I'm gonna need yarn cloth? He might be fucked. Build workshop farmers. Farmers. All right, I always forget the shortcut to farmers. W, obviously. I don't know what job we had for farming, for doing that type of farming. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the green thumb and just give him all the skills. What am I looking for? It's not farming. Plant processing. I told you there was a mood. I remember that. I do remember you saying there's a mood, but I clearly read that wrong. I want to point out, I did read there's a mood, and I was like, yeah. That the take I just did, that was kind of a mood, wasn't it? I did not take that as no, idiot. There's a dwarf going crazy right now. I literally thought you were being like, that's such a mood. I did not take it anyway near where yarn cloth. God, I hope I have yarn cloth somewhere. Shear animal. Do now. I think we have shearable animals. Radu. Radu is here, everybody. Radu, I think it will do I think it will say things if you type it in when you sub. Why are my buttons not working today? Can someone type in the shout? My thing is saying I'm pushing it. Look. It gets a little green check mark. It says it did it. It's like, yeah, I did it. And then nothing happens. Radu needs one as well. Radu needs to be updated as well. Factorio. Was I just discussing Factorio earlier? How goes it, Radu? Radu, we've been talking about a lot of things today. We've been talking about how conspiracy theorists are insane. Literally just completely insane. We talked about how electromagnetic waves propagate, how communication works, satellites work. Then now somehow we've ended up on anyone who buys an NFT is a complete moron. So how are you doing? Did it say it couldn't be done? Oh, I don't care about him. All right, we have wool. All right, build workshop loom. I think a loom turns it into a thread, right? And we have a loomer with our Weavers Guild. We have one Weavers Guild. Well, that's not good. Who are you? This guy could be in the Weavers Guild, whoever that was. He says he's a woodcutter, but I don't believe him. He's a Weavers Guild boy. As long as someone's ready to turn this loom on. Oh my God, please tell me we can save Art. I don't want Art to die because I'm a moron. Needs weaving. Well, the Weavers Guild should have that. All right. I want yarn. It said yarn cloth, right? That's why I'm trying to do this. These one unused yarn. What the fuck is this? That's wool, not yarn. Oh my God. Spin thread. No, no, no. Spin, spin. No, no. Spin. Speen. Speen thread. Oh, and we have merchants here. I'll have to work on that after. All right, he is speening. Speen thread. What did you need? You need a cloth. Come on. How long does it take to speen? All right, he is now speened. Weave thread and a cloth. Is that the wool yarn hair one? I don't want thread. I want yarn. Do now. Do now. Okay, screen. Come on. We can save him. We can save him. Come on, Art. Hold on, chat. I see chat on both my eyeballs updating and doing things, but we must save Art. Come on. Come on, you can do it. Come on, come on, come on. Yes! How's it going? Write that down. Fix the virtual buttons. Yes. I don't know. It's weird. Oh, hey, some merchants. I'm dying horribly in Minecraft from my other monitor. Goes well. And Battlefield, Satisfactory, Alona, Beans. It's true. Also, Dwarf's still going crazy. Dude, got enough antennas. You can bean the beans. Long week, but a good day. Oh, and we fixed my audio issue because it turned out. Wait. Did we? Game input's saying that it's not getting game anymore. Oh no. Why is game input not saying it's getting the... we fixed this. Are you kidding me? The recording, the game audio is back. The thing I clicked on earlier to try to see if like there was coil whine or if I could remove some coil whine, removed the entirety of the background music. I can't wait to see how big that audio gap is. And get enough attention, you can bean the beans. I think tread comes from processing from... Yes. 15 minutes or so, I'm going to have to close you down to play some turn. Well, in about 15 minutes or so, I'm going to be done. I believe so. I may not be remembering. Yes. Do the merchants have cloth? Add speen thread. Process plants. Good luck. Thanks, but I don't need it except for the roll of my teammates. Oh, pride cometh before the fall. Actually, that I can't believe I just said that. That's half the quote. The real quote means the exact opposite. I hate when people do that, and I fucking did it. Hold on. I know there's a back half to that quote. Full quote, pride cometh before the fall. That's not the full quote. I just said it backwards. Pride goeth before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. Pride does not come before a fall. Which means, if you're prideful, probably going to hell. Doesn't mean you're going to fail. That's all that means. Nothing in it says that pride means you're about to screw up. It just means that you're going to go to hell. Which basically means you probably, you know, they just assumes you're going to succeed anyways. No, wait, hold on. Stop it. Stop it. Get some help. Don't auto-loom all thread. Auto-loom died thread. Maybe we'll get a dying system going. Yes, no, I'm sorry about the spike in audio. I was trying to crank it up so I could see when the audio mixer for a game would start showing audio. Like I was trying to see if it had any audio. Of course, I didn't think about the fact that you guys were just getting the audio anyway, so it didn't matter. Basically, just like how Battlefield 2042 decided to code its networking. The recording wasn't going to get it, so I'm just going to screw all you people over listening live. Yes. Who wants to go Goomba stomp a helicopter? Right, taking her picture apparently kills them. We also have to finish that game. Like as an aside, I have like 2 games. I knew do one stream randomly. It's gonna be so out of context. I feel bad at this point. We have to do 2 streams randomly, or 1 stream with 2 games randomly to be like, oh, okay. I need to do the last hour tops of Resident Evil 2 that we started for Tuchulu, and then we need to finish up the photo game. Art has created Umarek Alek Am, a citron wood statue of Ono class guard. He claims it as a family heirloom. Ukaramek Alek Am, wave long, the humor of speaking. Wave long, the humor of speaking. Sounds like some parody version of a frickin' Vulcan of live long and prosper. Worth 33,000 dwarf bucks. Jesus Christ. This is a citron wood statue of Ono class guard. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. The item is a massively designed image of Ono class guard, the dwarf and dwarves in citron wood by Art. Asmil Rifat. Ono class guard is surrounded by the dwarves. The arc relates to the ascension of the dwarf Ono class guard to the position of king of the decisive die in 84. It is encrusted with rectangular marble cabicons. On the item is an image of dwarves in citron wood. The dwarves are laboring. The arc relates to the foundation of mined diamonds, the radiant fortification of the decisive die in the year 2. On the item is an image of Lemul slid gates, the dwarf and dwarves in citron wood. Lemul slid gates is surrounded by the dwarves. The arc relates to the ascension of the dwarf Lemul slid gates, the position of king of the decisive die in the year 1. On the item is an image of dwarves in red spinel. The dwarves are laboring. The arc relates to the foundation of PaddleFly by the contested boots of the decisive die in the early spring of the year 152. On the item is an image of Lemul Slidgates, the dwarf and dwarves in alpaca wool. Lemul Slidgates is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork also relates to the ascension of the dwarf Lemul Slidgates, the position of king of the decisive die in the year 1. Well, that's nice. Do we have merchants here? We do. What are they? Don't be elves. Fuck. I've got a bunch of wood. They're not going to take the wood. Frame Fatale, squishy wet girl noise game, where pictures get them in trouble instead of you.
There's a new baby.
There's a new baby. It's a new baby. You better watch out for the new baby. Question. Where am I putting this wall? This is where the water will be coming in. Makes sense. Walls there. Makes sense. Walls there. Makes sense. Okay. That part handles itself. I'm going to get the left side. I'm going to have to work out what the path is. We haven't even like tapped this into the river yet. So many babies. So many babies, so little time. Build construction wall. Like, I like how we really just don't have a base, like, at all. And everyone, like, other than one person who's just going crazy. Who is that again? Is, like, just getting happier and happier. It's Udil. Udil the doctor. Who are you related to? No one. Go away, Udil. So, yeah, we're a perfectly happy base. Weren't you a necromancer too? Did I just get rid of one of the 3 necromancers? Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I am not dealing with a moody necromancer. No. If you want to hold judgment on me for expelling a dwarf rather than fixing the mood, rather than fixing his mood by providing him the correct luxuries of life, fine. But I'm not holding on to a moody dwarf who, when he does the fight, will raise undead to kill everyone else. I'm not holding on to the grenade for you. That's not happening. No. I'm not doing that. Bye. If it was a regular one, maybe I would have done something else. Even though I think I actually expelled him before I learned what he was. I did see Doctor in my head and made an assumption. So I didn't actually know he was the undead dude beforehand. But you know what? I was right. Sometimes you've just got to gamble. Like buying my brand new set of freaking ketchup NFTs. Oh my god. I'm gonna sell ketchup NFTs and make tons of money. I am not sending him on a raid. He's gonna come back with undead in tow. All right, so we lost a bit of time because the merchants will be leaving soon. They're elves. I can't trade with them. We lost a bit of time just because we tried to play the other base and the other base collapsed, unfortunately. But even though we kind of got lost in tangents on conspiracy theories, I hate them so much. There's no such thing as satellites. We're surrounded by the firmament. I want to be Batman. I want to do like the Batman thing where I track down these people and I just smack them. I want to be a rich dude who just goes around, swear to me, except instead of criminals, I track down this conspiracy theorists. And I just show up out of nowhere and just beat the crap out of them and just disappear into the dark. At that point, who's going to believe them? The dude spent the last 5 years trying to tell everyone the earth is flat. Who's going to believe him that Batman showed up and kicked his ass? No one. That's who. It's a perfect crime. It is a perfect fucking crime. Yoshi, the Only Wanderer. This game is rather tough to start at first. There are a few learning curves, and I think it's going to be easier though when the Steam version is released. From what I've seen of like the major UI changes, it seems a lot of them seems to be the kind of make certain things more logical to understand, putting in more mouse controls and stuff like that as opposed to being primarily keyboard driven. So you can just kind of meander your way through. But yeah, no, once you get it understood though, the only real handicap once you understand like the play style and the general idea of what to be looking for is kind of just the graphics. But again, the Steam version's fixing that anyways. And for the regular version, you can just get any graphics pack, and that it makes it easier to just automatically recognize what is what. What it is you just kind of got to just associate the word with the verb you're trying to do. Or the word, what would be the important letter. There are a few of them that don't follow this. W for farmers, Z for kitchen. That's because there was another similar word that took the letter. As long as you just kind of guess through the letters, most of it would be fine. My big solution on that, though, would be construction needs to be changed to wall floor stairs track needs to be changed to construction. Like, actually, as a matter of fact, I think I need to try to talk to... I don't know why I'm looking at this paper. None of the notes are on this paper. None of the notes of what I'm thinking of are on this paper. My paper's over there somewhere. Like, literally, it's one of the things. I've got to reach out to Kid Fox Games. I don't know. I have to check that menu. I don't know. Like, I need to... Because they're releasing the information on the UI and stuff, and it might have been in one of the videos. So it may already be done, but literally, like, that would be my big thing. Is just, like, change. I mean, there's also gameplay ones, but UI update, like, what would make the game easier to play is just change that word to construction. It's clearly construction. I like the detail of it saying wall, floor, stairs track. But just change the word to construction. You've already got the letter C, so clearly clearly in the head, it's supposed to be constructions. Change the word to construction. I feel like that particular, like, because that's an important menu. Like, that is an important menu to understand what is going on if you are wanting to construct things. Like, that is a very important menu. Oh my God, we're out of drinks again. Ugh. I'm gonna make that be a priority. Oh, are you here to help? I focus on the base and drinks go away. I focus on not the base doesn't get done. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. All right, I'm gonna be finishing up this wall here. So we're basically nearly done. And then we'll be done with our projects for today. I think getting the top part of the circle done with the already like defined fuel hose to the river. I don't know why this is my hand signal for a fuel hose. This is what fuel hoses do. They reach out of the gas tank and they just freaking attack your face. No, we've got our fuel hose system like going off into the river already. So I think that's pretty good progress. I'm just kind of torn. I think this one I want to be in, but that would cause a 1 wide. But some of the areas are already 1 wide. Yeah, we'll just bleed those 2 in. Create the wall there and the wall there. And then our little fuel hose for our river system will be complete. It's going to be a fucking pain to get up there and like build the floor to connect it though. I think what I'm going to need to do at the beginning is dig around the outside and do wall, like dig out here diagonally and try to see if I can build a wall there. Like if I build a floor here, build a wall there, should be good. Same on the other side. And then get rid of the floors, make them walls and floor. And the problem's going to be as soon as I try to build the floor there. As soon as I build one floor, that water's going to be coming across a bit. Trying to get the other floor done is going to be a pain. An utter pain to get that one completed. Of course, before we even do that, I'd have to finish this directing it towards the middle. That's going to be a key thing to get done. We have a petition. What do you want? The Scaly Guild has many members and requests a farmer's guild. I'm going to deny it, assuming that later they will ask again. Because I'm not going to remember that for next stream. That's just not happening. But we got a little fuel tunnel down. 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and then it's because it's doing that. If they came in at a more diagonal angle, that would be coming in at a weird oblique to that. So that's just kind of the best we can do. Unfortunately. So yeah, we'll have to go with that. I am going to be saving. And begin the shutdown procedures. Schwim, schwim, the noise is gone. Schwim, schwim, sharoo. Oh, yes. That dwarf begins to feel good when being hit up. What did I see recently that did that? There was some weird... Was it a game? Oh, no, it was you. Someone's stream of Luna? Elena? Aluna? Amuna. The other game. I'm forgetting what the name of the game is right now. There was like a weird creature that was like, it feels good when it's hit. It's like, what the fuck? Yes, Admiral Wiley, I could, but I can't. What I'm going to have to do if I do what you're referencing is I'm going to have to build a series of screw pumps to pump the water back on top of itself. Like that's how that's going to have to work, unfortunately. I've done it before when I did the Hanging Gardens base at this point 2.5 years ago, give or take. That's basically what I did to get the Hanging Gardens base to work, which is fucking amazing. So that might be what we have to do again, unfortunately. But we'll see what I can swing without doing that. But anyways, for the fantastic support that we got today. Radu, CJ, Hellfire, retired Navy vet, which are resubs. Thank you so much for another month of your commitment. But also, for those new to the mountain home, I need the names. Random Jabari, Zen of Chaos, Fire Truck U98, Devil's Dandruff, Darren Sullivan, Boom Baby 99. I gotta kill you. I'm so sorry, Harold Beaver, but I'm not in the game. I gotta have to kill your dwarf now.
Alona, thank you. Boom Baby 99 and Gnomes. Thank you so much for following, but especially you guys who are watching. You guys who are watching me from the beginning. Those of you who stuck around from the Blind IRL raid. You saw me, and I know I have a bit of a different play style than him, and you didn't immediately go, what is this fucking nerd talking about? I need that fantastic high-quality music in the background. I was going to go with jazz, but I don't think he does jazz. I was about to go with the beat. Do you like jazz? I don't know. I tried to abort, and it just sounded really awkward. That stupid B movie invades my brain at the worst times. How's it going? Do you like jazz? I can't believe they came out afterwards. We're like, oh yeah, for some reason, some people think that movie has some like weird sexual undertones because you put them in there, dude. You fucking put them in there. You have a bee fetish and you need to admit it. Let's see real quick if there's anyone on. There probably is. I'm not going super late, so usually that means someone's on. We have Salford on. I know we do her a bit. Are you guys fine with me just doing Salford as usual? She's doing Going Medieval today. Is Nope for not minding? I just looked over and saw a Nope already and I hadn't finished the question. Is that a Nope you don't mind or Nope you don't want Salford? Sal is cool. Okay. What is it? Raid? Raid. Salford Sal. Now, I would like to point out fantastic news. Twitch recently did an update where I got 5, that's counted 5 free emote slots for followers. You only needed to be a follower to get the emote slot, meaning I've taken the raid emote and moved it to a follower slot. So you have a lot more people who can slam people with those raid emotes. So that's what we're going to do. I wish I had a pithy phrase that we could all say when we get there, but I'm just really excited because I just remembered that now everyone can access that raid emote. So when we all show up, everyone flood her chat with raid emotes. Let's see if we can't get Automod to ban us. Everyone have a good night and a great weekend.